Good morning and welcome to AMV Track Series round number 3, day 2. Lucky enough on our live stream this morning we had a couple of special guests with me right now. Neve Parslow, part of the ARA Skip Capital team. Neve, you've been away at Junior Worlds on the road recently. How did you find the experience over there?
It was such a great experience. It was so different, the culture and stuff, and it was great to ride around, and especially the racing was such a high level. I really enjoyed it.
Awesome. How did you find the weather? Was it much different to what you've been training in Brisbane?
It was fairly similar. It was very humid and warm. Pretty similar to Brisbane, I think.
Nice. Now, I got a quick glimpse of your Instagram the other day and saw that you listen to a bit of Sepultura while you're riding. Is that true? Do you like to get into a bit of metal while you ride?
Yeah, I really enjoy heavy metal and black metal especially.
That's awesome. Good to hear. Mate, you're doing Queensland and Australia proud. We're really glad to have you up here. Thanks for your time and good luck racing today. Thank you. Next up, we have from our half of our team from the under-17 ladies Madison yesterday. We have Hannah Walters. She teamed up with Sienna Golding. What a race, Hannah. You won by 56 points. Up in the commentary booth, I couldn't believe how many laps you guys were going for. How'd you feel while you're out there?
I felt really tired, but I just wanted to win, so...
Yeah, it's incredible. So you and Sienna were a late matchup. Did you have much prep time in between to get to know each other and your riding styles?
Well, we've been versing each other for like around 2-3 years now, so I knew how she raced, but we only planned it like a week before.
If there's anything I know from you two, you're both super competitive and super fast. So congratulations on your win yesterday. What a way to start off your under-17 competition. Good luck today and for the rest of the state champs.
Thank you.
Good on you. Thank you. Next up, talking about Madison's, we have two of Queensland's youngest and finest, Aidan Parslow and Cam Franks. Cam, come and grab a seat. You can have mine. Anyone that rides that fast deserves a seat more than me. Boys, what a race yesterday. I nearly lost my voice commentating. Even Stevens is only a point between first, second and third after the second sprint. From about 19 laps to go, you guys just smashed it. How'd you go? Camo, give us a bit of a rundown.
We just planned the day before and it all went to plan.
Awesome. So this is a plan that came off and it all worked together. Aidan, you were on the front there for a little while and the gap stayed at about 70 metres. Ollie Jordan and Hare Dowling, they were trying, but you could see they weren't making ground. How were your legs at the time?
I felt all right. I was pretty happy putting in all the power to stay away from Harry and OJ. It was a bit comfortable, I think.
Yeah, perfect. In the end, you needed to win you at least needed to beat Harry and Ollie over the line. You did it in style. You got across the line first, got the 10 points, and they came in fourth, I think, and got the 2 points. So you ended up winning by 5. Terrific feeling. What a way to start under 17s.
It was great.
Great feeling.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, perfect. And nice to point out that both Cam and Aidan, part of a family of cycling. Camo, your older brother Josh, used to race as well. Aidan, we've just had Neve Parslow on here as well, so family's really important. Good to see you guys racing really hard. Welcome to under-17s. Can't wait to see what you do today and the rest of the state champs over December and January.
Thank you.
Looking forward to it, yeah.
Good job. Thanks, boys. All right, and we've got one more special guest. Looking super sharp, fresh off World Championships, Mr. Corey Boddington. Now let's get something out of the way before we go into your medals. They call you the Flying Burrito. Why is that?
Because I like to eat burritos for breakfast, lunch and dinner.
Do you have a favourite burrito, mate?
Just whatever's on sale at Coles.
Perfect. We've been lucky enough with our boys to train with you, with UQ here at Meares. You're obviously part of the QAS team. But running through your recent world champs, and these medals are impressive. You won the sprint, the C3 sprint. Yep. You won the C3 elimination, the C3 scratch race.
No, I didn't win the scratch, got the kilo.
The kilo, sorry.
Instead of doing the scratch, we did the team sprint.
Team sprint. 4 golds, 1 meet. How does a sprinter end up winning an elimination?
When there's not a full field, so we only had to do 12 laps.
So 12 laps is the key to an elimination win. Mate, we saw you down there yesterday getting a few photos and all that taken with a few of the juniors. What a feeling for the juniors, but how does that make you feel, mate? You've suddenly gone from, the guy who we know really well and on a Sunday morning to kids coming up to get photos and potentially autographs. How does that feel?
Oh, yeah, it's so cool. The results are really cool, but you quickly realise sport's so much more than the result. It's how it brings everyone together. It gets everyone excited, and seeing little kids come up to me, smiling, having a fat time, I just remember myself being that kid not that long ago, and that's what it's about. It's awesome.
That's amazing. That's such a good thing to hear. So, thank you for doing us proud. I'm going to hold that medal up. That's got some weight in it too. That's an unbelievable medal. You've got your jersey there as well, mate. I don't think I will. Judd might fit in that one, I think. So, mate, we're really proud of you here at Cycling Queensland and obviously Australia as well. Keep doing yourself proud and good luck racing today, and we'll see you around the traps.
Yeah, I put my fast wheels in today so I don't get dropped.
Perfect, mate. Good to hear. Champion. Thanks, Corey. Good luck, mate. About 3 minutes time here at Meares for day 2 of round 3 of the Meares track series. It's beautiful. No, that's good. Yeah, because I'll be getting Sorry. Good morning and welcome back to Meares Velodrome for day 2 of round 3 of the AMV track series. We've just done a couple of interviews on the live stream with world champion in 4 events, Corey Boddington in the C3, the flying to the sprint, the team sprint, the elimination and the time trial. So well done to Corey. We also had up here Hannah Walters, who was the winner, obviously, the under-17 Madison yesterday. Neve Parslow, one of our junior representatives of Australia. And we also had Cam Franks and Aidan Parslow, winners of the men's under-17 Maddo yesterday. So check out the live stream either today while you're here or when you get home. So a good interview with some of our up-and-coming young athletes. But we're straight into racing this morning, and we're heading straight into the Para MC2 and MC3 3,000 individual pursuit. On the front straight, with Darren Hicks from Norwood Cycling Club. On the back straight, one of the nicest young men you will ever meet, Kyle Willis from Moreton Bay. 3,000 metre individual pursuit. And our riders are off. Darren Hicks from the front straight. Darren in the MC2 category. Kyle Willis from the back straight in the QAS kit in the MC3 category. So 3,000 metres, 12 laps of Meares Velodrome. Big thanks to Corey Boddington for his interview up. Check that out on the live stream. So Darren Hicks heading around 1 and 2. Kyle Willis head down. So different categories. Kyle Willis looking sharp. Darren Hicks back up to speed now. We saw this yesterday when they raced in their time trial. Darren taking a lap or two to get that big gear wound up. So Kyle able to range up but not able to get past. Maybe a little bit different on the 3,000 metre, but along they go. Both riders looking incredibly sharp as they head down the back straight. Darren Hicks will come round. He'll get 8 laps to go. Kyle, as he comes past, he'll have about 7.5 to go. So 2 kilometres to go for Darren Hicks. So Kyle now with 7 laps to go, stops the clock at a 1:29.938 with 7 to go. Darren Hicks coming through now. He goes through 1:38.201 at the 1,250 metre mark. This will be 6 laps to go now for Kyle Willis, so he's halfway through with a 1:47.462. So 6 more laps to go for Kyle. And you can see he hasn't, at the start he was able to get back onto Darren's wheel, but hasn't been able to go past. A 1:55 for Darren Hicks for his 6 laps. Darren incredibly powerful once he gets that gear wound up. So 5 to go now for Darren as we go around into the back straight. Kyle will come around, 4 laps to go now, 1,000 metres to go for Kyle. 2:23 at the 2,000 metre mark for Kyle Willis from Moreton Bay QAS. Darren now with 4 laps to go, a 2:31. Darren actually starting to open up the gap now a little bit over Kyle Willis. So Darren obviously holding things in for the last 1,000 metres. Definitely starting to show his strength. 3 laps to go now for Darren Hicks. 2.5 to go now for Kyle Willis. So that gap opening up now. So it's out to about 40 metres. Kyle ranged right up on Darren in the first lap or two. Darren now really getting on top of that gear and pushing it. At the 2,500 metre, 2 laps to go for Darren Hicks. 1.5 laps to go for Kyle Willis. Kyle will come around. This time he'll get the bell as he comes down the back straight. Kyle Willis gets the bell. 250 metres to go. Darren Hicks into the front straight. He'll get the bell. 250 metres to go for Darren. Half a lap now to go for Kyle Willis as he makes his way around the track. Kyle Willis around turn 1 and 2, pushing. This will be the end of his 3,000 metres. He stops the clock in a 3:38.116. Darren Hicks coming across the line in a 3:42.870. It's only 4 seconds between them in the end. You could see at the end of lap 2, Kyle had ranged right up onto the back of Darren Hicks, but in that last 1,000 metres, Darren able to pull away. The gents in different categories, so Darren Hicks in MC2, Kyle Willis in MC3. Great result for both riders. Next up, I think we'll have Matthew Gray in the MC5 doing a 4,000 metre individual pursuit. Quick snippet from Corey Boddington just after he got off the air with his live stream interview. I said, mate, you represented Australia at the Para over in Rio. You're racing A grade here this afternoon. And Corey was given the tap on the shoulder saying, mate, you've had your time in the limelight. Get off the track, you can race A grade. But good to see Kyle Willis and Darren Hicks out on track this morning. So next up, looks like we might be going in straight into the sprinters scratch race maybe. Ella Liang out on track. She'll be having a scratch race by herself. If you're in the sprinters scratch race, event 3, please make your way over to the start ramp. You're about to start your race. Big thanks to all the riders that came down from Bundaberg to race over the weekend. Milan Klein, we saw him earlier on this morning. The Kemps family down here as well. Bryn McDonald down from the Fraser Coast as well. So great to see those guys down at AMV for the weekend. So as our riders get ready to go on the back straight, Matt Gray, Cater Smalley, Byron Davies, Ella Liang, Oscar Winchester. He had a good punch out yesterday amongst the sprinters, Oscar Winchester, in his second year under 17. April Paddy, Cody Brown, John Eder from Ipswich. Good to see John here today. Anthony Lane, Sandra Stoy, Adam Clark, Milan Bradshaw and Glenn Searle. All right, as our riders roll off, the group definitely looks a little bit smaller in the start list in the program. We'll catch them all as they go through and see who we've got. Looks like that's Ella Liang on the front, followed by April Paddy. That might be Cody Brown in third wheel, Oscar Winchester, Glenn Searle, Adam Clark, Sandra Stoy, Anthony Lane there in the white outfit this morning, and then John Eder from Ipswich on the back. So as they head around, 7 laps to go. Oscar Winchester on the front, he hands it off to Glenn Searle. So a sprinters scratch race. These guys will be, gentlemen and ladies, will be back out later on for the Keirins. Anthony Lane heading to the front now. He's got Ella Liang. Anthony Lane, you know he ups the tempo as soon as he hits the front. Stretches the field right out. Bit of a gap there to Cody Brown. Ella Liang, she looks around. She hands it over to April Paddy. Paddy increases the tempo one more time. John Eder on her wheel. So Eder now out the front. Plenty of disc wheels out there this morning. So Cody Brown on the front. He's got Winchester for company as they come round. Halfway done, 4 laps to go. Winchester rolls up, everyone else rolls up with him. Everyone playing it a little bit coy for the first race this morning. Winchester finds himself back on the front. The big sprinters all looking for a free ride for the last couple of laps. So Winchester rolls up the track. Now it's Sandra Stoy in the sprinters lane, followed by Paddy Glenn Searle there in the middle. Winchester looks around, sees Anthony Lane going 5 wide as they go round 3 and 4. So they come around 2 laps to go, and it is walking pace. No one keen to go, but it's Anthony Lane, the first to kick. He'll go from 2 laps out. Ella Liang gets locked into her position. Oscar Winchester locks onto Ella's wheel. Cody Brown chasing. Anthony Lane caught them all napping just a little bit. Ella Liang, she looks strong. She might be able to reel this one back in. The bell's gone. Lane around 1 and 2. Here comes Liang. Liang around the outside. Winchester trying to go with her. Liang around the outside of Anthony Lane. 3 wide as they go into 3 and 4. Lane, Liang, Winchester. Oscar Winchester takes the win over Ella Liang. Looks like Cody Brown might have just swung in for 3rd there over Anthony Lane in 4th. So good strong win there from Oscar Winchester, our under-17 rider. Next up for Heat 2, we'll have Max Sudholz, Caitlin Ward, Olivia Wright, Seb Topping, Chris Mullins, Simon Wallace, Maddie Douglas-Savage, Maddie Smith, Ronan Munro, Caleb Blitchfeld, Josh Nixon, who sits on the front, Peter Macris and Indy Plant. So starting to see some moves already. That looks like Seb Topping. Doesn't want to wait around. This is 8 laps. Wants to get this one over and done with fairly quickly, it looks like, for Seb Topping. He looks around. No one's going with him. Nixon chases Munro on his wheel. Then Maddie Smith in the grey outfit today, followed by Peter Macris. So it's still Topping out the front. He's got about 10 metres over Smith. So Smith now rolling along in the sprinters lane. She hands it over to Peter Macris. Everyone rolling up, happy to let Peter Macris go off the front. He has a bit of a dig as well. So Macris across the line with 5 to go. He's being chased kind of by Olivia Wright. Very, very casual chasing pack. Josh Nixon. Have a feeling the sprinters all pretty happy to save their legs for the Keirins later on. Peter Macris looks around. He's wondering where they all are, I think. So back on the front, Munro. He hands it over to Maddie Smith. Then it's Chris Mullins. Then it's Maddie Douglas-Savage, back to Josh Nixon, but at the front of the race, it's Peter Macris by about 20 or 30 metres with 3 laps to go. Looks like we're starting to settle in now, and it looks like our riders are starting to chase in earnest. That's Simon Wallace from Balmoral. He closes that gap to Macris very, very quickly. Now the chasing pack starting to realise that with 2 laps to go, Simon Wallace is a big red flag out the front. As Wallace goes around 1 and 2, Macris has run out of steam. Wallace rolls up the track. He had about 80 metres. Not sure what happened to Simon Wallace there. Now we start to kick. Seb Topping, Ronan Munro. They kick with a lap and a half to go. They come into the home straight. There's the bell. Topping goes. He's got Munro for company. Topping around 1 and 2. Munro coming around the back straight. Down the back straight they go. Topping and Munro side by side. Topping has his measure at the moment. Out of turn 4. Munro over the top. But Seb Topping holds on to take it out by a wheel length over Ronan Munro. Chris Mullins, Josh Nixon, Matty Smith and Simon Wallace. Moving on, our next race, a graded scratch race, some big names in here. Tom Waits, Rowan Hayden-Smith, Zach Douglas-Savage, Felix Crossman, Will Holzberger on the list. We didn't see him yesterday, so I'm not sure if he's here this morning. Alex Hughes, Noah Blannon, Oscar Schoff, Lockie Walters, Jay Dorboom, Andrew Matheson, Sam Hilditch, Chris Myatt, Scott Smith and Corey Boddington. That's a who's who of cycling in Queensland. And leading them through to start this 20-lap scratch race, that'll be Jay Dorboom. Corey Boddington with a puncher before the race even starts. So Boddington out on lap 1. Jay Dorboom opens up the gap. He's got Crossman and Schoff for company. Chasing down, that's number 22 of Chris Myatt, wearing the Billies kit. Scott Smith up there as well. So Smith, he goes. Myatt goes with him. Jay Dorboom. Andrew Matheson just sitting up the top, but the 3 wise old men out the front. Shouldn't call them old men, wise men out the front. Jay Dorboom, Myatt and Smith. Now Crossman trying to get across to this bunch, but he rolls up the track. He didn't make enough ground, so he's going to sit up and wait for the pack. Scott Smith, though, on the front, followed by Chris Myatt, followed by Jay Dorboom. Scott Smith wearing that Billy's on a Tuesday kit. Colours on that kit representing all the clubs in southeast Queensland. If you haven't been to one of Billy's sessions, come and check it out on a Tuesday night. But around they go. Myatt now. Smith, sorry, on the front, followed by Myatt and Dorboom. That gap has stayed at about 50 metres so far. Zach Douglas-Savage, he does half the chasing. That does look like Will Holzberger on the front, so good to see Will here. But the 3 men out the front. Looks like the pace has come out a little bit from that front group as Oscar Schoff drags through that chasing pack. Matheson on the front of that chasing pack. He hands it over. That looks like Walters on the front. We know he can close a gap very quickly. I don't think that was Walters, though. That was Alex Hughes. My apologies, Alex. So Hughes doing the lion's share of work as they're within 10, 15 metres of that front trio. Hughes rolls up. Felix Crossman, he takes up the mantle to close that gap. As they all come together, as they come into the front straight with 11 laps to go. Dorboom rolls off, Smith rolls off, Myatt rolls off. On the front now, that's Noah Blannon. So Blannon in control as he hands it over. They'll come round with 10 laps to go. On the front there, Tom Waits. He had a good hit out yesterday. He hands it over to Douglas-Savage. Then it's Holzberger on the front, Flicks the elbow, hands it over to Oscar Schoff. He's very quickly back up the track. Matheson on the front now. So Matheson has a look around. He hands it over to Myatt. Myatt hands it back to Hughes. He hands it over to Crossman. Short, sharp turns. Crossman to Doreboom. Doreboom to Smith. 8 laps to go now. 2 kilometres, 2,000 metres. Rolling up, that's Noah Blannon back on the front. We saw him up the tempo last time he reached the front. You can see how strung out they are, single file. So Blannon rolls up, he hands it over to Tom Waits. Waits rolls up, he hands it over to Douglas Savage. 6 laps to go now, 1,500 metres, Holzberger. Looking strong. Don't forget the Bundaberg Cycling Spectacular on in 2 weeks' time up in Bundy. Make sure you get your entries in. A great weekend up there. We've got some photos from Kate Davies yesterday. Track looking spectacular after a resurface. It's been painted, it's ready to go. Jay Doreboom now back on the front. 4.5 laps to go. Smith now on the front. So they come around this time, they'll have 1,000 metres to go, 4 laps. Cagey Affair waits on the front. Hands it over to Douglas Savage, hands it over to Holzberger. Everyone's starting to sit up now. We get to the business end. Smith starting to reposition himself in the pack. And Smith goes for a flyer. He's going to take Douglas Savage with him. So Smith, Douglas Savage, Douglas Savage wants to go the long way round. Opens up a gap over Myatt. It's only 2 bike lengths. Myatt doing all the work. Here comes Matheson as well. 2 laps to go. The animator, Zach Douglas Savage. 500 metres. Myatt coming at him. Douglas Savage still on the front. Here comes Myatt. Here comes Matheson. They're all coming at him now. Schoff giving chase. As we start to see, I think that's Alex Hughes coming through. Douglas Savage on the front. It is Alex Hughes over the top of Douglas Savage down the back straight. Douglas Savage looks around. Where did he come from? He was 50 metres behind. Alex Hughes comes around turn 3 and 4, looks around, takes the win. Matheson in second, Douglas Savage third, Oscar Schoff in fourth, and Myatt in fifth. Next up, we go into another 20-lapper. Darren Hicks, Kyle Willis, Megan Moore, Ava Robbins, Sienna Monteith, Cale Bunsley. We'll see him in the under-19 Maddo later on. Brad Davis, Cruz Kemps, Chloe Buckley, Keely Kitkovics, Neve Parslow, Grace Hunter, Flynn Larkins, Maddie Wynn, Chris Weir, Rory Fisk, Harley Bradshaw, and Bella Potts. Don't forget our photography here today, Jellybean Photography. See Jenny around the track. Make sure you smile at the camera. Also the ever-present Matt Gilfatter. Check out some of his photos from yesterday. He was telling me about one of the tandem photos he got. Absolutely incredible. So make sure you do check out Matt Gilfatter's page and Jellybean Photography. So our 20-lap scratch race. Rory Fisk will lead this one out. So Fisk, then it's Maddie Wynn by the look of that. Flynn Larkins, Cale Bunsley, Ava Robbins. So Fisk has rolled up the track. Larkins now on the front. Larkins doing half a Madison by himself yesterday. Don't know where he's got the legs this morning. The Maddo won by Cam Frankson, Aidan Parslow. Larkins and Dixon having an incident on the back straight. Larkins having to do the last 30-odd laps. Solo still came in fourth, which is incredible. I didn't even realise my own son came in fourth by himself. But here we go, Harley Bradshaw. He flicks over to Sienna Monteith. She hands it over to Cruz Kemps, who's got a Bundy teammate, Hunter Davis, for company. So Davis now, he starts to roll around. Number 32, Chloe Buckley. Back to Larkins on the front. He's got Grace Hunter on his wheel, followed by Parslow. Chris Weir there in third wheel. Into second now, it's Parslow on the front. So Chris Weir opens up the gas a little bit, hands it over to Bella Potts. So now back to Rory Fisk. He let us out 5 laps ago, 15 laps to go now. He hands it over to Maddie Wynn. Maddie opens up the cadence a little bit. He hands it over to Bunsley. Rory Fisk and Cale Bunsley, they'll team up in the under-19 Maddo later on. Now it looks like Brad Davis on the front. Brad Davis really stretching him out now. You can see them all scrambling at the back. Bradshaw rolls up with him. That pace was high. Deliberate attempt there from Davis to get things moving. Megan Moore rolls up the track. Hands it over to Cruz Kemps. Bundy really starting to shake things up in this 20-lap scratch race as they come round. They'll get 12 laps to go. Hunter Davis now, the under-17 boys all on the front, along with Ava Robbins. All the under-17s are on the front. They're trying to break up the status quo. So Larkins, he's on the front, followed by Robbins, followed by Kemps, followed by, I think that's Bunsley. And then Hunter Davis, as they all start to roll around. Bella Potts and Neve Parslow closing it down. Robbins and Larkins at the back there as they look around. There's gaps everywhere as Brad Davis closes in on that front pack. Off the back now, it looks like Megan Moore, Grace Hunter. They're just disappearing out the back with Chloe Buckley. Larkins on the front with Ava Robbins. Robbins having an incredible road season over in Europe. She went over twice. Pretty sure she's got a contract over there for next year as well. I might be wrong on that, but Ava Robbins doing extremely well. Neve Parslow now on the front. We're nearly all back together, or the main bunch is back together. Rory Fisk, 9 laps to go. Just off the back, that looks like Chloe Buckley and Grace Hunter. Bunsley flicks the elbow. Bradshaw goes up as well. Monteith back on the front. Cagey race. So Monteith on the front. Keely Kikkovics, he kicks up as well. Brad Davis. Looks like he's got son Hunter Davis with him. Keely rolls up the track with Brad. So now Larkins and Robbins, these two have been inseparable so far in this 20-lap scratch race. 7 laps to go. So Robbins rolls down the back straight, has a look around, pretty casual, flicks the elbow. She'll hand over to Chris Weir. Rory Fisk from the back of the pack, he rolls up. So Moore rolls up, she hands over to Maddie Wynn. Bella Potts, Monteith, Parslow, Kemps. Ketkovics now, comes over Bradshaw. 5.5 laps to go as they roll through. Neve Parslow flicks the elbow, hands it over to Cruz Kemps. Kemps with 5 laps to go. Ketkovics, he rolls up. Bradshaw rolls up. Back to the front, Robbins. Brad Davis now in the sprinters lane, followed by Hunter Davis, followed by Flynn Larkins. So Hunter Davis on the front, 4 laps to go. Larkins now on the front. Short term, he hands it over to Fisk, hands it over to Weir. Now we're starting to see short, sharp turns as we come down to the business end of this 20-lap scratch race. Brad Davis starts to open up the throttle. Gets into position. We know this position well from Brad Davis with 3 laps to go. He's got Cruz Kemps and Hunter Davis. The Bundy crew are on a charge. They don't want to let this one go. Brad Davis opens up the gas. He's got Cruz Kemps for company. They've opened it up to like 5-10 metres. Brad Davis around the outside of Hunter and Buckley. The Bundy team, they've joined up. They're doing well. Now it's Cale Bunsley chasing it down. Here comes Rory Fisk, but it's all Bundy at the front. They'll get the bell. Davis has destroyed himself to help out Kemps and Hunter. Round they go. Cruz Kemps looks around. Last lap, you don't need to look anywhere, just go. Cruz Kemps in control. Took advantage of Brad Davis on the front. Cruz Kemps comes home for the win, followed by Hunter Davis, then Larkins, Bunsley, and the rest of the chasing pack. Great move there from the Bundy crew. Next up, 15 lap scratch race. Eden Sealy Cunnington, Cam Douglas Savage, Cam Franks, Ollie Urry, Bo Hanlon. Oh, good to see Bo here today. Henry Velasquez, Graham Ward, Flynn Jensen, good to see him back today. Hunter Davis, Hannah Parton. Hunter was in the last race. Rob Walker, Marlene Meyer, Bryn McDonald, Max Edwards, one of our newer riders, Ari Mueller, also new. Aidan Parslow, fresh off his Madison win yesterday. Jacob Cork, Ethan Lee, and Richard Watson. If you haven't been on the live stream, check it out. We had a few interviews before racing today. Had Corey Boddington up here talking about his World Championship medals and jersey. We had Hannah Walters up here talking about her win in the Maddo yesterday. Neve Parslow gave us a bit of insight into the ARA Skip Capital team. And Cam Franks and Aidan Parslow up here having a good chat about their Madison win. So check it out on the Oz Cycling YouTube channel. That started about 10 minutes before racing, so make sure you check that out. But here we go, 15-lap scratch race. A young gun from Hamilton, Max Edwards, on the front, followed by Bo Hanlon. Behind Bo, Graham Ward. So a good mix of experience out on the track for this race. So Graham Ward leads across. That looks like Marlena Meyer. She hands it over to Redwood. Cam Franks up there, followed by Flynn Jensen. I think that might be Henry Velasquez maybe in fourth wheel. It is. So Redwood rolls up. He hands it over to Franks. Sorry, that was Rob Walker, sorry. Okay, short, sharp turns. Bryn McDonald, welcome to track racing on his way down from the Fraser Coast. Bryn, a very accomplished road rider. He hands it over to Aidan Parslow. So Parslow on the front. Wore his lucky bucket hat this morning. He hands it over to Eden Sealy Cunnington. On her wheel, that looks like Hannah Walters. So Sealy Cunnington will come around with 11 laps to go. Hands it over to Walters. It's like Hannah Parton in the front now. So Hannah Parton takes to the front, followed by Oliver Urry. Urry having a good hit out in the Maddo yesterday as well. We saw the two Urry boys out on track at the same time. Richard Watson, he rolls through. Hands it over to Mueller, back to Max Edwards on the front. As they keep rolling around, Graham Ward hands it over. Cam Franks rolls up with him. They all roll up behind Graham Ward. Cam Douglas Savage wearing the bear kit. Bo Hanlon up the front there as well. Bo Hanlon doing a lot of fundraising, Bike for Burns. Every year, Bo Hanlon, a firefighter, they ride a hell of a lot of kilometres to raise funds for burns victims. Bo, always at the forefront of raising money, getting bikes, selling parts, donating it all to charity. If you haven't checked it out, check out Bo's Facebook page or hit him up with some questions. Marlena Meyer on the front. Ward rolls up with her. Then it's Hannah Parton finds herself with some clean air. Aiden Parslow now in the sprint lane. He just ups his cadence a little bit, see who can go with him. Max Edwards wants to chase that down. So Parslow on the front, followed by Edwards, followed by Sealy Cunnington. So Parslow just stretching them all out a little bit. Now Sealy Cunnington, she's got the bit between the teeth. She pushes down the back straight, hands it over to Ari Mueller. Back to Hannah Parton. So Parton on the front with Edwards. 5 laps to go. Here comes Rob Walker. Marlena Meyer in the sprinters lane. Walker looks dangerous up the top there. We know when he winds that gear up, he can go. He wants to get the jump on these smaller geared juniors. As they all roll up the track, Rob Walker, Richard Watkins, heads up the track now. Ethan Lee, the young gun from Ipswich, hands it back over to Aiden Parslow with 3.5 laps to go. So Parslow, Lee, Watson, Franks, Velasquez, Jensen, Mueller, Edwards around the top. Hare, he's got the bit between the teeth. He's got the elbows out. Hannah Parton going to try and follow that. Ari Mueller senses the time to go is now with 2.5 to go. He'll come around 2 laps to go now of Anna Meares. Ari Mueller with about 5 metres over Oliver Ari. Ari Mueller, round he goes. Ari starting to close that gap. Aiden Parslow. Walker, now I told you, once he winds that thing up, he'll come around. He's starting to make his move. Mueller on the front. Parslow starting to come. Walker, though, around the outside like they're standing still into the sprinters lane. Bryn McDonald trying to go with him. Jensen trying to go. Walker out the front. Here comes Bryn McDonald. He's gone high. Walker, he'll stroll this one in. Walker, followed by McDonald, Jensen, Douglas Savage and Franks. Moving on now to some of our under 15 riders. Scott Slade fits into the under 17 category, surely. On the front, I think that looks like Elise Vaughan from Bundy, followed by Matilda Kemps. Next in line with a green helmet, that looks like Paddy Richardson. Seb Urry, those two teamed up yesterday for Maddo. Not sure who that is behind the lap counter there. Felix Henderson in there. It's Winter Bradshaw. Then Judd Larkins, Hannah DeGiorgio, Evie Rose, Henderson Cunnington, Isla Tompkinson and Scott Slade. So leading the cross, Elise Vaughan, Felix Henderson, Matilda Kemps, Paddy Richardson, Winter Bradshaw, Judd Larkins, Evie Rose, Henderson Cunnington, Seb Urry, Hannah DeGiorgio, Isla Tompkinson and Scott Slade. So 10 laps for this group of riders. Kemps, can she emulate Big Brother Cruises efforts earlier in the race, or earlier in the afternoon, I should say. So Kemp's out the front as they go 5 wide into turn 4. Evie Rose wants to close down Kemp's. Kemp's wants to go long range with 2 kilometres to go, 2,000 metres. Evie Rose doing all the work on the front. So Evie Rose, Judd Larkins and Isla Tompkinson, they're all out there on under 13 gear, so a 5.5 metre rollout. The under 15s, they're out there on a 6.2 metre rollout. Scott Slade on about a 200 metre rollout. So we're all back together now as they come down the back straight with 6.5 laps to go. Evie Rose finds herself in the sprinters lane, but not really keen on going to the front. They're going to let Matilda Kemps dangle out there. She's followed by Winter Bradshaw in the Gold Coast kit. Elise Vaughan stalking around the outside. We saw Elise in the under-17 women's Madison last night. On the second step of the podium, if I'm not mistaken, if my memory's right. Felix Henderson, he's on the front now. Winter Bradshaw on his wheel. Evie Rose still doing a lot of work in the sprinters lane. Around the outside comes Elise Vaughan. 4.5 laps to go as they head down the back straight. Everyone riding within themselves at the moment for their first race of the day. They get 4 laps to go now as they're cheered on by Milan Klein down at the start-finish line. Scott Slade now, he starts to make his move. He wants to go with 1,000 metres to go and he winds up that monster gear. Elise Vaughan tracks him down. So Vaughan trying to go with Slade. Henderson trying to close the gap. Bradshaw trying to get on terms as Slade has strung them all out down the front straight. Slade and Vaughan out the front. Vaughan now finds herself isolated as she slows down, waits for the pack to catch up. So Scott Slade mixing things up now. Elise Vaughan just taking the foot off the pace. So Vaughan, Henderson, Bradshaw, Richardson, Kemps, Larkins, DeGiorgio, Urry, Henderson, Cunnington and Slade. Isla Tompkinson in there as well. They'll come around, they'll get the bell lap. It's sprint. Paddy Richardson opens up the afterburners. Richardson, Vaughan, Henderson, Bradshaw, Kemps, Larkins, DeGiorgio, Urry, Henderson, Cunnington. Down the back straight though, it's Richardson and Henderson as they come around 2 wide. The 2 teammates from Balmoral, elbows out. Henderson coming into the sprinters lane on top of Paddy Richardson, right in front of the comms. I'm not sure they'll be too happy about that. So I think it was Henderson who got the win. So moving on now, we are going to go to our Para B and C class. Flying 200. So slight change in the order for our Para B and C class flying 200. We're going to start with Matt Gray in the MC5. Kyle Willis, a non-starter. Max Sudholz, he'll go after Bo Wooten. So flying 200 at 3.5 laps. 2.5 laps to get wound up. One flying 200 effort. So out on track we have Matthew Gray. He'll be the first to set a time for this flying 200. We'll have some presentations in between events 8 and 9 for our Pursuit time trial and the flying 2, I think. So Gray comes round. Z comes up, lap board says 3, but this is the bell lap. Round he goes, so Matt Gray starts the clock. 100 metres to go, down the back straight, Matty Gray into turn 3 and 4. Split around about a 5.5. This is a good time from Matthew Gray. Coming across the line now, stops the clock at 11.141. So Matthew Gray with an average of 64.6 kilometres an hour. So next out on the boards, this will be Bo Wooten, piloted by Byron Davies. These guys setting the fastest time in the time trial yesterday. After Bo Wooten, we will have Max Sudholz out to set his time in the MC5. So Bo Wooten getting strapped in. Big push off, hard to get these tandems up to speed as they roll up the track. Bo and Byron on fire yesterday in their time trial. What have they got in store for us for their flying 2? 4.5 laps. can see the position of Beau right into the spine of Byron Davies. To try and get as aero as possible as they head down the back straight. 3.5 to go. They need to wind this up. A monster gear. Incredible balance to keep it up the top of the boards. So Wooten with his pilot Davies. Round they come. So Wooten comes around next time round. He'll get the bell as they really start to wind up, going around turns 1 and 2. You can see both out of the saddle. This is perfection. They've timed this well. In sync as they go around turn 3 and 4. They know they get the bell. Look at them wind up now. They get the bell. Still hugging the fence. Drop down. Start the clock. Into the sprinters lane. Down the back straight. They're absolutely flying as they hit the 100-metre line with about a 4.7, I think. They're going to go sub 10 perhaps. They do a 9.924. Incredible from Beau Wooten, a 9.924. Absolutely incredible. You could see how in sync they were as they got out of the saddle in their wind-up lap. 9.9 seconds. What a time. Next out on track, Max Sudals. So Max Sudals coming around now. So he'll get the bell this time around. Bell lap this time around for Max Sudholm. Out of turn 4, gets the bell. Winds it up along the fence. Into the sprinters lane, starts the clock. Down the back straight, Sudholm looking fast. He goes down the back straight across the 100-metre mark in about a 5.8. He wants to try and go sub 11 if he can. Comes across the line at 11.788. Next out on track will be Caitlin Ward in the WC5 category. So 2 laps to go for Caitlin Ward. Next time around, she'll get the bell. Starts to wind it up as she goes around turn 1 and 2. You can see the pressure she's putting on the pedals down the back straight, into 3, into 4, out of the saddle, into the front straight for Caitlin Ward. Hugs the fence, the sassy rider. Into the sprinters lane, starts the clock, round out of turn 2, down the back straight. Caitlin Ward looking to set her time. Does about a 5.5 in the first 100 metres. Down the front straight, Caitlin Ward comes across, stops the clock at 11.497. Next up, event 9, a human paced race. This is going to be interesting. So human pace for 8 laps. Judd Larkins, he'll be guided by Cam Douglas Savage. Teaming up, what a combination this will be. Evie Rose, Henderson Cunnington, and the ARA Skip Capital rider, Neve Parslow. That's going to be some speed in there. Next up, talking about speed, Imogen Kemps and Megan Moore, also from ARA Skip Capital. Seb Urry gets the animator. Zach Douglas Savage going to put the lead out. Seb Urry, they give a fist bump. Eden Sealy Cunnington, she's going to lead out Isla Tompkinson. That's a good combo. And finally, Ava Robbins. You could not want a better lead-out rider, Hannah DiGiorgio. Ava Robbins, Hannah DiGiorgio, that's going to be the one to watch. But before we do head into our human paced race, we are going to do some presentations for our time trials and individual pursuits. Louise, do you want to start with MC2, Darren Hicks? So moving into our presentations from our para 1,000 metre TT from last night. Not here this morning, but taking out the MC1 was Kai Sakakibara. He's not here today. We'll start with our presentations for our MC2. So if we can get all of our para riders from the time trial last night, make your way to the presentation area. So we're looking for Darren Hicks, Kyle Willis, Max Sootholes, Matt Gray, Caitlin Ward, if you're around, Tegan Redder, if you're around, and Bo Wooten. All right, we're going on with our presentations. For our MC2 1,000 metre time trial for the MC2 category in a time of 1:22.918 from Norwood Cycling Club, Darren Hicks. Don't be scared to cheer. Darren Hicks with the most casual presentation area walk I've ever seen. Darren Hicks taking out the gold for the MC2. Moving on to MC3. Taking home the gold in a time of 1:18.861 from the Moreton Bay Cycling Club, Kyle Willis. Kyle, one of the nicest young men you will ever meet. Moving on to our MC5 category. Taking home the silver from the X-Speed Cycling Club for the Para MC5, Matthew Gray. And taking home the gold in the Para MC5 from the Viking Cycling Club, Max Sudholz. Congratulations. Moving on to WC5. WC5, our 1,000 metre time trial in a time of 1:11.437, Caitlin Ward. Well done, Caitlin Ward from South Australia. Moving on to our tandems in the Para Women's B. Rider from Track Cycling Western Australia in a time of 1:13.577, Tegan Redder, piloted by Lauren Perry. They're not here as we go into Para for the men's B in a time of 1:02.109. What a ride. Bo Wooten, piloted by Byron Davies. Congratulations, Bo and Byron. What a time they set last night. And I think we're going to go straight into the IP medals as well. So we'll start with our MC2. So this is the 3,000 metre individual pursuit for the MC2 from the Norwood Cycling Club. 3:42.870, Darren Hicks. Congratulations, Darren. And the MC3 category in a 3:38.116 from Moreton Bay Cycling Club, Kyle Willis. Well done, Kyle. That concludes our presentations for this part of proceedings. Heading straight back out to a human-paced race for 8 laps. Some of our graded riders piloting around our junior riders. So just go through those teams again. Going out on track now. That looks like it might be Cruz Kemps and Imogen Kemps, so the brother-sister combo. Then back on track, lucky Sebastian Ari. He gets the animator, Zach Douglas Savage. Next in line, we'll have Winter Bradshaw, piloted by Bella Potts, I think, by the look of that. Then we've got Felix Henderson. He's going to get piloted by the solo Maddo rider, Flynn Larkins. Going along the fence, Eden Sealy Cunnington. She's going to pilot out Isla Tompkinson. Then it looks like we've got Megan Moore and Imogen Kempsoa. So at the front, it is going to be Matilda Kemps and Cruz Kemps. Then in line there, so Hannah DiGiorgio getting led out by Ava Robbins. And then Cam Douglas Savage and Judd Larkins. That's the Hare and the Hareless, that one. And then we've got Neve Parslow and Evie Rose, Henderson Cunnington. So Cruz will lead out Matilda. Zach will lead out Seb. Bella will lead out Winter. And you can see the conversation starting to happen, the tactics. Larkins will lead out Henderson. As we start to roll out. So the family Kemps on the front. So Cruz leads out Matilda, followed by Zach and Seb, followed by Flynn and Felix, followed by Bella and Winter, followed by Megan and Imogen, I think that is, followed by Ava and Hannah, followed by Neve and Evie Rose, followed by Cam and Judd, and then Eden and Isla. So 7 laps to go as the field starts to make moves. Larkins berating the back of Douglas Savage as the Kemps on the front. Cruz leading out Matilda. 6 laps to go, so Kemps on the front, followed by Douglas Savage and Hare, followed by Larkins and Henderson. Now around the outside goes Potts and Bradshaw. Chasing them down will be Robbins and DiGiorgio. So the Kemps start to wind things up. 5 laps to go. Here comes the animator. Here comes Potts as they go 3 wide into turn 1 and 2. Larkins and Henderson stalking the back wheel of Hare. Out of turn 4 with 4 laps to go. It's still the Kemps. Then it's Douglas Savage and Hare. Larkins and Henderson look like they're just biding their time. Sitting behind Douglas Savage and Hare. Potts sits in with Bradshaw. Then it's Robbins and DiGiorgio. 3 laps to go as they come round and hit traffic with Sealy, Cunnington and Tompkinson as they navigate their way around turn 1 and 2. Henderson and Larkins, they look like they're ready to do something here as they split the difference. Larkins and Henderson are through the middle, right up next to the Kemps now. Hare just off the back wheel of Douglas Savage. Now Larkins starts to wind up Henderson. Henderson and Larkins, now they're really putting the Kemps under pressure. Down the back straight, 1.5 laps to go. Is this an under-17 race or have they got their under-15 riders behind them? There's the bell. Matilda has been dropped by Cruz Kemps. Cruz has forgotten his passenger. Larkins and Henderson, they go around the outside. Larkins and Henderson around the outside of the Kemps, giving chase. Robbins and DiGiorgio in third. Larkins, Henderson, round they come. Larkins and Henderson take home the human-paced race, followed by Matilda Kemps and DiGiorgio coming in with a win in third place, with Ava Robbins. Well timed there from Larkins and Henderson. Cruz Kemps was too busy racing Larkins, he forgot his younger sister was on his tail. Oh, Cruz Kemps making excuses. Good to see, great racing for our junior riders. Good job to Bella Potts and Winter Bradshaw. They're smiling as they head down the front straight. Cam Douglas Savage let Judd Larkins down badly. Neve Parzo and Evie Rose, Henderson Cunnington, they're having a chat. There goes Eden Sealy Cunnington and Isla Tompkinson. Well done to Megan Moore and Imogen Kemps. Henderson and Larkins all smiles heading around the front straight. Next up, we're going to start our 3-up flying 750s. So we're only looking for one rider to go across the line. No particular order, they don't have to do a lap each or anything. It's just whenever they want to go. So first up for our flying 750 will be Liang, Stoy and Brown. Good news, it looks like Ariel Henderson is here. She just saw her big brother take the win. Good to see Ariel out and about with Michelle and Dan. Ariel gives the thumbs up. Ariel, what do you think of Felix's win? Double thumbs up, single thumbs up? Just happy in general. All right, first up on the track, Ella Liang, Sandra Stoy and Cody Brown. So it looks like Cody Brown will anchor this one. So 5.5 laps. 2.5 to get wound up, and then it's go, go, go. So a flying 750. Clock will start at the start-finish line. So Liang winds it up. Next time round they'll get the bell to start their flying 750. Liang on the front, followed by Stoy, followed by Brown. Now we start to wind up. Liang out of the saddle, Stoy out of the saddle, Brown out of the saddle. So they come down, 3 laps to go. Start the clock for this flying 750. Liang into turn 1 and 2, down the back straight, really pushing along. Looks like Ella Liang is going to do the first lap. She'll hand it over to Sandra Stoy. Liang right down. She starts to move across the line. She heads up turn 1. Stoy takes over now. Cody Brown stuck to her wheel as they head down the back straight. 1.5 laps to go. Stoy pushing into turn 3 and 4. Sandra Stoy pushing. Now Cody Brown. He gets the bell. He starts the lift. Cody Brown now into turn 1. This will be the time to beat for everybody. Cody Brown down the back straight. Half a lap to go. 100 metres to go now for Cody Brown. He slips out of the sprinter's lane as he heads across the start-finish line, stops the clock of 47.659. So good time set there. Next up, this looks like it'll be Chris Mullins and Seb Topping. Kater Smalley missing in action today. So 4 laps to go next time round. Mullins will lead out Topping. So now they start to wind up. Mullins out of the saddle, Topping out of the saddle. They'll come around, start the clock now. Into the sprinter's lane, 3 laps to go. Mullins on the front. Topping glued to his wheel down the back straight. Mullins into 3, into 4, into the front straight. 2 laps to go now as they head down the front straight. Mullins still pushing. This is tough when there's only 2. They're missing Cater Smalley. Mullins comes out of turn 2. Now it's all over to Topping with a lap and a half to go. Topping out of turn 4. He gets the bell. Split time. They go fastest with a 30 for the first 500. Round the back straight they go. Seb Topping. Half a lap to go now. 100 metres to go. Topping into 3, into 4, into the front straight. Time to beat a 47. They stop the clock with a 45.509. Good time. Besting the time of Liang Stoyan Brown by 2 seconds. Next out on track, Flynn Larkins, one of our under-17 riders, followed by Simon Wallace and Peter Meares. Larkins a part of everything today by the look of it. He was just in the human paced race. He wasn't on the program for this one. So Larkins leads them out. Next time around, he'll kick off there flying at 7:50. So Larkins, Wallace, Meares. Time to beat now, a 45.509. Down they come, start the clock as they go across the finish line. Out of the saddle, Larkins on a much smaller gear than Wallace and Meares as he heads around turn 1 and 2. Down the back straight, Larkins comes round into 3 and 4. Time to beat is a 45.5. Larkins across the line. 15 seconds for the first lap. Now Wallace takes flight. Wallace down the back straight. He's got Meares for company. Wallace, 100 metres to go for his lap. He comes into this front straight. They're looking sharp. They come across. They set the second fastest time. It's down to Meares now. They're 0.2 of a second behind Topping and Mullins. Meares, 100 metres to go. Trying to beat the time of 45.5. I think they might just miss it this time around. They'll go fast, a 45.798. So missing out by 0.2 of a second. Next out on track, that looks like Glenn Searle, John Eder, and Corey Boddington. We haven't seen Corey today. He got a flat at the start of his scratch race at the start of the day. This is the first time we see the flying burrito. So Glenn Searle will lead out Eder, followed by Boddington. 45.5, the time to beat. Now he starts to wind it up, Glenn Searle. Comes across the start-finish line, starts the clock. Searle, absolutely on fire. He just comes out, half a lap down. Eder takes over with 2.5 to go. Eder with Boddington. They set the fastest time for the 250, a 14.47. Now Eder with a lot of work to do. He hands over to Boddington. Boddington with 375 metres to go, a lap and a half. Boddington gets the bell as he comes in. They're still fastest with a 29.026. Boddington looking to beat the time of 45.5 of Mullins and Topping. Boddington into 3, into 4, out of 4, into the front straight. They'll go fastest with a 43.46. Next out on track, Milan Bradshaw, Adam Clark and Olivia Wright. Time to beat now, a 43.46 flat. Nice start from Glenn Searle that got them wound up. So Bradshaw will lead this one out. Next time round, clock will start as they go across the line. So Bradshaw, Clark, right. Here we go. Bradshaw starts to wind it up, starts the clock, heads down towards the sprinters lane. Bradshaw, Clark, right. Clark all over Bradshaw's wheel. They'll all know each other very well from UQ training on a Sunday morning. Bradshaw head down as they come across the line. Second fastest, fifth fastest with a 15.822. So a lot of work to do now for Clark and Wright as they head down the back straight. Clark now pulling Olivia Wright along. Clark gets the bell as he crosses the line. They've made up some time. They go fourth with a 30.998. Olivia Wright now, it's all down to her. She was at the Junior World Champs with Ella Liang earlier on in the year. Olivia Wright comes around turn 3, turn 4, into the front straight. Olivia Wright stops the clock in a 46.788. Speaking of UQ, what a combination this will be. That looks like Munro on the front, Harley Bradshaw in the middle, and Josh Nixon will anchor the team. So Bradshaw, our under-17 rider, he's going to have his work cut out for him on this one. Munro will lead them out. Nixon will anchor. So Munro looks around, makes sure we're all together. Bradshaw couldn't get closer to his wheel. Bradshaw has to get out of the saddle early. You can see the cadence difference between them. Bradshaw really trying to keep up as Ronan Munro already goes. He's opened up the gap to Harley Bradshaw. Bradshaw trying to get back on terms. Munro's left them in his dust. So Munro comes around. He hands it over, but Bradshaw's behind. 2 laps to go. He hands it over to Nixon. Nixon's going to have 2 laps to go. Nixon, lap and a half to go now. So Nixon will come around. He'll collect the bell. They're not doing too bad. It's a 31, they're 6th fastest at the moment. 31.676. Nixon starting to run out of juice, but he kicks along the back straight. Into 3, out of 3, into 4. Nixon into the front straight. They come across the line. They'll stop the clock in a 48.109. Next out of 4 up, Scott Slade on the front. Followed by April Paddy. Followed by Anthony Lane and Oscar Winchester. So Slade will lead this one out, followed by Paddy, followed by Lane and Winchester. So Slade now, they'll start the clock this time around. Slade gets out of the saddle. Paddy does the same. Lane out of the saddle. Winchester out of the saddle. So Winchester, our under-17 rider, he's going to anchor this ride. Slade down the back straight. He hands it over to Paddy. Anthony Lane just trying to control his speed as they go around turn 3 and 4. Lane now with 2 laps to go. He'll drag Winchester around. Lane down the back straight. into 3, out of 4, into the front straight. They get the bell. Lane hands it over to Winchester. A 31.137, 5th fastest at the moment. What can Winchester do on this last lap? He really starts to push down the back straight. Winchester, 100 metres to go. Into turn 4, into the front straight. Winchester, they stop the clock with a 46.468. Next up in our final team flying 750, Maddie Douglas Savage, Maddie Smith, Indy Plant. Is that Caitlin Ward on the back maybe? It is. So Caitlin Ward having a big couple of days already. Maddie Douglas Savage in the women's Madison last night, taking home some silverware. They'll start the clock next time around. So out of the saddle for Douglas Savage, they start the clock. Maddie Smith right on her wheel as they head around 1 and 2. This team of 4. Douglas Savage hands it over to Maddie Smith. Smith now into turn 4, into the front straight. They go across the line, 8th fastest so far. Hands it over to Indy Plant. Indy Plant and Caitlin Ward, they're going to have to finish this one off. Plant down the back straight. They've got a lap and a half to go. Into 3, into 4, into the front straight. Plant will hand it over to Caitlin Ward. There's the bell. Ward goes across the line. They're still 8th fastest, so Ward with a lot of work to do as they head around into the back straight. Caitlin Ward out of the saddle, still trying to wind it up. Into turn 3, into turn 4, into the front straight. Caitlin Ward will finish this one off. They'll have a finish time with a 48.977. Next out are progressive points, 10 laps. So progressive points, 10 laps. Tom Waits, Rowan Hayden-Smith, Zach Douglas-Savage, Felix Crossman, Will Holzberger, Alex Hughes, Noah Blennon, Oscar Schoff, Lockie Walters, Jay Doraboom, Andrew Matheson, Sammy Hilditch, Chris Myatt, Scott Smith and Corey Boddington. So as we start our progressive points, will be 10 laps. Commissaires just making sure all the riders are bunched up, ready to go. So as they start the race, it's Noah Blannon on the front, progressive points. So first cross the line for the first lap gets 1 point. First cross the line on the second lap gets 2 points. First cross the line on the third lap gets 3 points, and so on and so on. A few different ways to look at it. Do you go out and get points early, or do you collect big points later on? But at the moment it's Blannon who collects the first point. He hands it over to Felix Crossman. Scott Smith, though, looks like he wants to tear up the track and get some points. He does. He comes across the line. Felix Crossman wasn't expecting that. He rolls up. So Smith collects 2 points. And it looks like he'll roll on and collect the next 3 as well. That'll shoot him straight to 5. So Smith comes around. These are the different tactics you talk about. So there's another 3 for Smith. So he goes to 5. He may collect 4 as well. Oscar Schoff giving chase. If Smith can get this, it'll take him to 9. puts himself in a good spot straight away, but it won't be enough to beat the rider winning the last lap. So 9 points. Now Schoff, he makes his way across. He wants to try and collect 5 points. So Schoff, he'll collect the 5. As he rolls off. Now Madison on the front, followed by Boddington. 6 points on offer for this one. Madison on the front. He takes the 6, he hands it over to Corey Boddington, but it's still Scott Smith, I think, in the lead at this stage of the race. Now we're starting to see some moves. 9 points for Scott Smith. Boddington, he's going to be denied his points by the look of this. As we roll around, that's rider 14. Alex Hughes takes the points, takes 7. Out the front, so it's still Scott Smith on 9 points, still on the front at the moment. Douglas Savage trying to take points away. He won't be able to do it. That'll be more points to Alex Hughes. He'll take another 8. Takes him to 15 points. Now this will be interesting, the last 2 laps. This might be all he needs to do, rider 116. I'm not sure who that is from the program. That might be Sam Hilditch, is it? No, Hilditch on the other side. Across the line, rider number 116. Gets the last 2 points. Goes to 19. Blake Quick. Where did he come from? I didn't know Blake was here today. So Blake Quick goes to 19 points, takes the win by getting the last 2 laps. You may have seen Blake Quick racing over in Europe. Very fast young man. Came out of nowhere, didn't even see him in the race till the last 2 laps, and boom, 19 points. So next up, progressive points, 10 laps. Darren Hicks, Kyle Willis, Megan Moore, Robbins, Monteith, Bunsley, Davis, Kemps, Buckley, Kitkovics, Parslow, Hunter, Larkins, Wynn, Weir, Fisk, Bradshaw and Potts. The Bunsley family all here this afternoon. They're going to watch Kale in the Madison later on this afternoon. Welcome to Sam, Pascal and Nina. Nina getting tips. I hear she's riding next year, so we'll see her in turn 1 at Jets. Well done, Nina. So glad you're coming on board. So here we go. 10 lap progressive points. Kale in this race now. Out the front though, that's Ava Robbins leading out Maddie Wynn and Chris Weir. So Robbins looking to take early points. So Robbins collects 1. Looks like she's going to try and stay out the front and hold off Maddie Wynn and Chris Weir. Cruz Kemp's dragging along Hunter Davis, Cale Bunsley, Larkins trying to bridge that gap as well. We're all spread out as Robbins sets the tempo at the front. Chris Weir, a bit too late to get the 2 points, but he does progress on. Robbins goes to 3. Now Chris Weir out the front. He wants to gobble up some points. So Weir across the line. He'll get 3. He'll go to equal standing with Ava Robbins. And Chris Weir in a league of his own. He's been chased down by Kemps, Davis, Bunsley, Larkins. As Weir comes around, he'll collect another 4. He'll go to 7. So Robbins still out the front. Big splits in the group. Bunsley trying to chase. But now it's still Chris Weir out the front. He'll take a handful more. This will take him to 12. So Chris Weir On an absolute bender out the front, flying solo. He'll come around, he'll collect some more. This will take him to 18. So we're now Kitkovics chasing. Keely Kitkovics, if he can get the last 3, that'll be enough to put him on the front. So Kitkovics over the top of Chris Weir. Keely Kitkovics. Still Cruise Kemp's chasing. Kitkovics, he gets a load of points. He gets 7. And he rolls off. Now Bunsley, he's in with a chance to collect some points now. This will give him 8. So Cale Bunsley, he collects 8 points. 2 laps to go. Now Davis on the front, followed by Kitkovics. Will Kitkovics come around or will he wait for the last lap? Davis, Hunter, he'll collect 9 points. That'll put him into second on top of Bunsley. So Hunter Davis with 9 points. There's the fight. Keely Kitkovics, can Cale Bunsley come back at him as they head down the front straight? Bunsley gets the advantage. I think that'll be enough for him to win. He'll collect the 10 points. It'll take him to equal 18 with Chris Weir, but as first across the line, that'll be the win to Bunsley. Good racing there. Cruz Kemps did a lot of work trying to chase that down. Ended up with no points. Chris Weir collecting points early. Kitkovics, I thought he had it at the end, but Bunsley able to come over the top. Take it on the line by half a wheel. So next out on track for our progressive points, Sealy Cunnington. I don't think I saw Cam Douglas Savage looking very casual before. I think he won't be racing. Cam Franks, Ollie Urry, Bo Hanlon, Henry Velasquez, Graham Ward, Flynn Jensen, Hunter Davis, he was in the last race, Hannah Parton, Rob Walker, Marlena Meyer, Bryn McDonald, Max Edwards, Ari Mueller, Aidan Parslow, Jacob Cork, Ethan Lee and Richard Watson. So Bo Hanlon will lead this one through. 10 lap progressive points. So I've seen riders go out early. Ollie Urry looks like he might want to be one of those riders. Bo Hanlon on the front. Bo looks around, kicks. Is it a bit too late? Bo Hanlon can't beat the experience. He'll collect the first point. So Urry goes on with it now. Hanlon goes with him. Edwards goes as well. So Urry, he looks to collect 2. Into the front straight. Urry collects the 2. Stays on the front, flicks the elbow, hands it over to Bo Hanlon. Hanlon rolls up. Max Edwards there as well. Hanlon might collect 3 points by default. They've really come off the gear, but here comes Ari Mueller. Ari coming around the outside. Hanlon kicks. He gets another 3 points. He goes to 4. Now Ari Mueller, the young gun from St. James, Hamilton Wheelers, comes along. He goes into the front straight. This will give him 4 points and head him into the lead. So Mueller now leads the race on 4 points. Edwards giving chase, followed by McDonald. Watson in there as well. But Mueller, he'll collect 5. He'll go to 9. So Mueller up to 9 points as they all settle in at the front. Now Bryn McDonald, as Flynn Jensen nearly collects the back of Ari Mueller. as they wind up the track. So, Bryn McDonald, he collects 6. So McDonald, he's on a bit of a charge. He'll get 7. That'll take him to 13. So McDonald, dangerous man to leave out the front. He'll get this round of points as well. He'll get another 8. That'll take him to 21. So McDonald does up to 21 now with 2 laps to go. Only 19 points on offer. So Bryn McDonald going to be hard to beat unless Ari Mueller can come through. Cam Franks though giving chase. He's going to put himself in the best spot to get second. So Franks collects 9, adjusts his glasses. Franks rolls on with it, but here comes Walker. Walker trying to come around the outside. He will. He'll roll over the top. Gives Cam Franks the thumbs up on the way through. So Franks and Ari Mueller, they'll be tied for 3rd. Bryn McDonald with a dominant win on 21. Walker in 2nd place on 10. Into our final progressive points, 10 laps, Paddy Richardson. Ollie Hutchison, I haven't seen him today, so he might not be here. Evie Rose, Henderson Cunnington, Seb Urry, Isla Tompkinson, Elise Vaughan, Imogen Kemps, Winter Bradshaw, Hannah DeGiorgio. I haven't seen Kenzie Smith today either. Hannah Walters was in the race before. Scott Slade and Judd Larkins. No Scott Slade in this one though, by the look of it. This will be all of our juniors, our under 15 and under 13 riders. Don't forget, if you weren't here earlier, check out the interviews on the live stream about 10 minutes before racing. We had Corey Boddington showing off his world champ medals. We had Hannah Walters, winner of the Maddo yesterday. Cam Franks and Aidan Parslow, also winner of their under 17 men's Maddo. And Neve Parslow, representing Australia at the Junior Road Worlds earlier. Seb Urry though, he will collect 1st point. So Urry leads the race, 1 point so far. Paddy Richardson onto the front, followed by Felix Henderson. So Paddy Richardson wanting to collect the points. He'll get 2 this time round. He might get rolled. He does. Rolled by Felix Henderson. He'll collect the 2. So Felix Henderson on 2 points. Ari on 1. As they roll around again, Paddy Richardson makes sure of it this time. He collects 3. Now Felix Henderson back on the front. Winter Bradshaw in there for company. Then it's Elise Vaughan. So Richardson on 3 points. Henderson on 2. Bradshaw, she wants to get in on this. She'll collect 4. So 4 points to Bradshaw. She's going to go on with it too by the look of it. So Bradshaw wants to collect another 5. That'll take it to 9. But now Elise Vaughan, she starts to kick. She goes around the outside. Henderson wants to go with her as we're all split up across the line. Elise Vaughan collects 5. Henderson, Richardson, Bradshaw, Kemps, Larkins, DeGiorgio. So Vaughan moves to the front with 5 points. So still on the front. No one able to sprint over Vaughan. She'll collect 6. That'll take her to 11. Now we start to see a move. That looks like it might be Winter Bradshaw coming back for more as Vaughan starts to kick. So Vaughan kicks, that'll give her more, that'll give her another 7. She'll go to 18. So now Felix Henderson, he's on 2 points, sorry. So he wants to start collecting, but Paddy Richardson, he hasn't given up on getting more. Richardson kicks. Richardson comes across the line. He'll get the 8 points. So that'll move him to 11. Now we see moves. Larkins coming around the outside. Late move from the under 13 rider. So Larkins kicks down the front straight with the bell lap. Larkins collects 9. So he moves himself into 3rd spot. If he can collect the next one, he'll take the win. Larkins on 9. Elise Vaughan chasing. Felix Henderson chasing. Larkins, you can see the cadence. Larkins looks around. He'll collect the 10 points and he'll get the win. Larkins takes the 10, moves to 19. Larkins across the line. Then it'll be Vaughan on 18. So Larkins with a win by 1 point. Well done, Judd Larkins left it to the last 2 laps, came around the outside, takes the win by a single point. Gives the salute as he goes across the line. Now we head into our Keirins, 6-lap Keirins. Time for our sprinters to shine. So after the Keirins, we're going to have a Hare and Hounds, followed by a couple more Keirins, and we move in to our elite and under-19 Women's Madison Championships. A couple more Keirins, graded points races, and then we'll finish off the night with our under-19 and elite men. Madison, good to see Paul Jackson out on the Derny. He'll lead out the Keirins. So first up, for our Keirins, Caitlin Ward, Olivia Wright, Ella Liang, Cody Brown, Ronan Munro. I think Caleb Blitchfeld's here today, and Clarkey, Adam Clark, he'll be on the front, followed by Liang, followed by Cody Brown, Munro, and Caitlin Ward. So Olivia Wright missing from this one, as is Caleb Blitchfeld. As the Derny rolls off from the back straight. So Paul Jackson on the Derny. On his wheel will be Adam Clark from UQ, Ella Liang from Balmoral QAS, Cody Brown, Ronan Munro, and Caitlin Ward. So riders now free to move around. If the rider behind the Derny moves out of spot and the second wheel doesn't move into that position, they do have to move back. Can't leave too much of a gap in between yourself and the rider in front either. So 2 laps down, 4 laps to go. Derny will come off this time around. So Derny off, Clark on the front. Everyone's starting to look around. So Clark on the front, followed by Liang, Brown, Munro, Ward. Clark under control. They come around, 2 laps to go. Liang starts to wind things up. Clark looking composed, got it under control. Ward and Brown, they come together as they go around 1 and 2. Liang goes over the top of Clark. Now Clark gets out of the saddle. Ward coming, Brown coming, Munro. But Ella Liang out the front. Now Caitlin Ward trying to get around the outside. Munro, is there a gap there? Oh no, there was nowhere to go there. Adam Clark gets his front wheel taken out. Caitlin Ward, she'll come across the line, followed by Liang, Munro and Brown. Adam Clark. So Medic, can we get you to turn 4? Medic, can you get to turn 4, please? So Adam Clark taken out. So we'll just pause racing for a little bit, make sure Clarkie's okay. So good win there from Caitlin Ward, just over the top of Ella Liang, Munro and Brown. So good to see Adam Clark back up and walking. Next heat, Heat 2, Seb Topping, Chris Mullins, Oscar Winchester, April Paddy, Sandra Stoy and Milan Bradshaw. As we move into Heat 2. So on the front, looks like that'll be Seb Topping, followed by Sandra Stoy, April Paddy, Oscar Winchester, Milan Bradshaw, and Chris Mullins in sixth wheel. As the Dooney rolls through, Tony Tor gives the whistle. Seb Topping, he will take up position behind the Dooney. So Topping, it's been showing a great set of legs. He'll be followed by Sandra Stoy, April Paddy, Oscar Winchester, Milan Bradshaw, and Chris Mullins with all the work to do from the back. So one lap down, the riders can start to move around. Seb Topping only worried about the riders behind. Chris Mullins only worried about the riders in front. Winchester with his head on a swivel as he heads down the back straight. One more down behind the Dooney. Jackson rolls through. On the Dooney, he's got Seb Topping on the wheel, followed by Stoy, Paddy, Winchester, Bradshaw and Mullins. Dooney will roll off this time around, 3 laps to go. Topping immediately rolls to the fence, as does Stoy. Paddy stays in the sprinters lane. Bradshaw's decided she wants Topping's wheel. Topping's decided he wants Mullins' wheel. As they roll around with 2 laps to go, they want to catch, be caught napping with Winchester. We know how quick he can go. If he gets a little bit of a gap, he can go with it. Paddy now Topping starts to wind up, as does Bradshaw, as does Mullins. Stoy out of the saddle, Paddy out of the saddle. They're all going. Seb Topping, the man to beat on this one. They get the bell. He punches down the front straight. Bradshaw giving chase. Now here comes Winchester. He wants to go around Bradshaw. He does. Mullins goes around Bradshaw, but it's all Seb Topping out the front. Seb Topping looks around. He's got this one under control. Mullins turns it off. Winchester comes in for second. Mullins for third. Next out on track, it'll be Chris Myatt, Cale Bunsley, Simon Wallace, John Eder, Anthony Lane, Josh Nixon and Glenn Searle. So Nixon will lead this one out, followed by Simon Wallace, John Eder, Glenn Searle, so that's Anthony Lane on the front. Apologies, Anthony. So Lane on the front, followed by Wallace, Eder, Searle, then Nixon, Slade, Myatt and Bunsley. So good couple of wins so far. Caitlin Ward taking out the first heat. Seb Topping taking out heat number 2. So 1 lap down. Everyone looking quite comfortable in their position on the track. One more lap to go behind the Derny, so it's still Anthony Lane on the front, followed by Simon Wallace, John Eder, Glenn Searle. It's all starting to look like they're moving around now. Josh Nixon, Scott Slade, Chris Myatt and Cale Bunsley as the Derny rolls off. Anthony Lane looks around. Very cool, calm, collected character. Anthony Lane has things under control. Glenn Searle, though, sees an opening in the sprinters lane. He sits in behind Anthony Lane. Simon Wallace, though, coming around the outside. 2 laps to go now, 500 metres. Wallace, he starts to open up the account. Myatt goes around the outside of Eder, but down the back straight. Simon Wallace gets a jump over Anthony Lane. Now Nixon coming around the outside. 1 lap to go. There's the bell. Nixon trying to get on terms with Wallace into 1 and 2. Nixon with all the momentum as they head down the back straight. Josh Nixon around the outside. Nixon, Wallace out of 3, out of 4. Nixon comes to the line. Josh Nixon will take the win just over Simon Wallace. Glenn Searle, I think, collected 3rd, maybe Anthony Lane. Good timing by Josh Nixon, jumped on the wheel, got around on the outside, on the back straight. He'll be happy with that one. Next up, Heat 4, Max Sudholes, Matt Gray, Rory Fisk, Richard Watson, Maddie Douglas-Savage, Maddie Smith, Peter Macris and Indy Plant. So here we go, it'll be Rory Fisk on the front. A few different names to the program. So Rory Fisk will be on the front, Maddie Douglas-Savage. Rory's going quite well, fairly new to track. Under 19s this year, he'll be out with Cale Bunsley later on in the Maddo. Maddie Douglas-Savage, superstar enduro rider, practices sprinting sometimes. But she is a wonderful rider. Did well yesterday in the Maddo. Peter Macris, Richard Watson, Maddie Smith, Max Edwards and Indy Plant. So a few different names to what's in the program. Rory Fisk, though, he'll lead out Maddie Douglas-Savage, Peter Macris, Richard Watson. Then we'll have Maddie Smith, Max Edwards and Indy. So everyone happy in their position so far. 1 more to go behind the Derny, so it's still Fisk at the front. Douglas-Savage right in Rory's wheel. She's followed by Peter Macris. Then Richard Watson, Maddie Smith, Max Edwards and Indiana Plant. So the Derny will roll off this time around. Off he goes, 3 laps to go now. So Rory Fisk leads them out. He's happy on the front. He looks around. Everyone's starting to bunch up. Macris sitting on Douglas-Savage's wheel. Watson, he's on to Macris. Fisk rolls up. 2 laps to go. Rory looks like he's going to get some height. He does so. starts to sprint around the stayers line. Hasn't got as much speed as he wanted to, I think. It was a long way around turn 1 and 2. Now Meares starting to move, but Rory Fisk, he's got the jump. So Fisk gets the bell. Now Meares starts to move. He'll wind up that big gear chasing Rory Fisk. Fisk down the back straight. Don't look around, look forward. It's too late to look around. You just head down. Rory Fisk out of 3, out of 4. Peter Meares looks across with a cheeky smile. Meares got that one coming out of turn 4. Good shake of the hands with Rory though. Meares with a cheeky look across the left shoulder. Moving in to our graded Hare and Hounds. So 8 laps. Doing all the chasing. Be Tom Waits, Felix Crossman, Will Holzberger, Alex Hughes, Jay Dorboom, Andrew Matheson, who's coming along the front straight now, Chris Myatt, Scott Smith and Corey Boddington. Good to see Will Holzberger down from Bundaberg. They will be chasing down Darren Hicks, Kyle Willis, Ava Robbins, Brad Davis, Cruz Kemps, Keely Kikovics, Neve Parslow, Grace Hunter, Flynn Larkins, Maddie Wynn, Chris Weir, Rory Fisk and Harley Bradshaw. Have a feeling Rory might be sitting this one out after he just finishing his Keirin. So we're starting to build to the business end of this afternoon. Couple of Hare and Hounds. Then we'll go into some Keirins. Then we head into our elite and under-19 women's Madison State Championship. That'll be a ripper this afternoon. Have a couple more Keirins, some graded points races, and we're going to finish off the night with our under-19 and elite men Madison. So getting chased down on the front straight, Hunter Davis, Cruz Kemps, Ava Robbins, Keely Kikovics, Maddie Wynn, Flynn Larkins, Harley Bradshaw and Chris Meyer giving chase. The Hounds, Felix Crossman, Chris Meyer, Matheson, Holzberger, Dorboom and Smith. So the Hares still with a half a lap advantage. They're led out by Ava Robbins. She hands it over to Keely Kikovics. But now Andrew Matheson starting to chase, really chase for the Hounds. And the Hares have split apart. Keely Kikovics at the front, Larkins, Davis and Kemps all giving chase, but they're all torn apart. On the front, Holzberger doing all the damage for the Hounds. So still Kitkovics, Larkins, Davis, Kemps. Now come the Hounds. Holzberger, Dorboom, Smith, Crossman, Myatt, Matheson. They're only about 80 metres behind now. So Kitkovics, he's got Hunter Davis, then Cruz Kemps, then Larkins. Just behind Jay Dorboom, Smith, Crossman, Myatt, Matheson. As we all start to come together this time around. 3 laps to go, so Kitkovics on the front. Kemps, Davis, Larkins, here comes Scott Smith, here comes Felix Crossman, here comes Matheson, here comes Myatt. We're all together with 2.5 laps to go. Who's got the energy to go? Kemp's on the front. He's next to Kitkovics. Davis goes, Larkins goes, 2 laps to go. The Hounds have caught up. Here comes Crossman. We know how good he is. We've seen him take gold medals at national champs. Larkins with 1.5 laps to go. Larkins, Davis, Crossman, here comes Matheson. Look at him wind it up. Matheson around the outside like they're standing still. Matheson goes. There goes Davis. He's trying to get on turns. Larkins, Davis side by side. Crossman goes around the outside, but it's all Matheson. Matheson comes across the line. He'll take the win by 15 over Crossman. Third place will be Larkins, then Davis, Kitkovics, Kemps and Myatt. So a good race there. Well done to Andrew Matheson. He came around on the front straight like they were standing still. Next up, doing the chasing, it'll be Eden Sealy-Cunnington, Cam Douglas-Savage, Cam Franks, Graham Ward, Rob Walker, Bryn McDonald, Max Edwards, Aidan Parslow, Jacob Cork and Ethan Lee. Getting chased down will be Ollie Urry, Bo Hanlon, Henry Velasquez, Flynn Jensen, Hunter Davis, Hannah Parton, Marlena Meyer, Ari Mueller and Richard Watson. So on the front straight, Richard Watson, he'll be there with Hannah Walters, Ollie Urry, Velasquez, Jensen, Mueller and Marlena Meyer. On the back straight, Walker, Franks, McDonald, Parslow. Max Edwards there as well, Ethan Lee. So that's Simon Wallace on the front, Cam Franks in about 5th wheel, but they're off. Richard Watson off and running, trying to save the Hares from getting caught. Watson on the front for the Hounds, followed by Graham Ward, then Bryn McDonald, Aidan Parslow, Cam Franks, Ethan Lee and Max Edwards. The Hares are all over it at the moment. They're actually gaining ground on the Hounds. So 6 laps to go. Henry Velasquez on the front. And they've just got just over half a lap by about 20 metres. Velasquez still on the front. He hands it over to Jensen. So well over half a lap. Parslow doing all the chasing for the Hounds. He's there with Maddo, championship winner and teammate Cam Franks, Jensen, Mueller, Marlena Meyer. They're all in there. That looks like Bo Hanlon as well, is it? In 3rd wheel for the Hares. The Hounds still well behind Ethan Lee. He hands over to Max Edwards. So the Hares well on their way. Bo Hanlon, Richard Watson, Hannah Walters. 4 laps to go. 3.5 for the Hares. 4 laps to go for the Hounds. Aidan Parslow, Bryn McDonald, Cam Franks all working well together. 3 laps to go now for the Hares as they finally start to concede some ground to the Hounds. Cam Franks, Aiden Parslow and Bryn McDonald doing all the damage for the Hounds. As they chase, Franks flicks the elbow. He hands over to Parslow. There's not a lot of time left for them though. 2.5 laps. 2 to go now. Hare on the front, followed by Velasquez, followed by Jensen. So Hare, Velasquez, Jensen. They're our 3 out the front. They're half a lap in front with a lap and a half to go. The Hounds, I think, they've left their run too late. It's all at the front. Velasquez gets the bell. These will be our front 3. Velasquez, Jensen, Hare. Down the back straight. Velasquez hands it over to Jensen. So Jensen may take the easy win. So Jensen across the line, he'll take the win, followed by Velasquez, Hare, Bo Hanlon, Richard Watson, Hannah Walters, Mueller and Franks, the first of our Hounds to come across the line. So next up for our Hare and Hounds, Evie Rose, Henderson Cunnington, Seb Hurry, Isla Tompkinson, Elise Vaughan, Imogen Kemps, Winter Bradshaw, Hannah DeGiorgio and Judd Larkins. They'll be getting chased down by Paddy Richardson. No, there's quite a few missing from that list, so we might see how we split as they go. But it looks like the Hounds might be Larkins, Richardson, Bradshaw and DeGiorgio. What a quartet they are. So doing the chasing, Larkins, Richardson, DeGiorgio and Bradshaw. Trying to escape, Elise Vaughan, Felix Henderson, Seb Hurry, Matilda Kemps and Isla Tompkinson. Isla having a great hit out on her first weekend of racing at AMV. So the Hounds are away, the Hares are away. As they come round, so on the front of the race is Elise Vaughan. Looks like the Hounds have already made up about 15 metres, led out by Larkins. He hands over to Richardson. He hands it over to Bradshaw. So they're working well together. They've gained about 20 metres over Henderson, Hurry, Kemps and Vaughan. As the Hounds come through, they'll get 7 to go. DeGiorgio, Larkins, Richardson, Bradshaw. Even Stevens at the moment, not much in it, just under half a lap. So as the Hares get 6 laps to go, they roll through. They're led out by Vaughan, followed by Henderson, Hurry and Kemps. Now the Hounds come through. They've got 6 laps to go. Bradshaw, DeGiorgio, Larkins and Richardson. Looks like they've lost a little bit of ground though. They're running out of steam. They might be in front just by 2 metres, but they've got a lot of catching to do in the next 5 laps. Hurry on the front for the Hares. As they come across the line, it is even Stevens. Nothing in it between the 2 riders. Now Richardson goes, Bradshaw goes. They start to try and chase them down. On the front straight though, it's Elise Vaughan leading the Hares. So Elise Vaughan, she'll got 3.5 laps to go. Larkins just off the back of this Hounds group. So the front of the race with 3 laps to go. Felix Henderson, Seb Urry, Matilda Kemps and Elise Vaughan. They've got 3. The Hounds have imploded. They've lost ground now. So Urry on the front, it's still half a lap. So the Hounds won't be able to close that gap, I wouldn't think. On the front, Matilda Kemps. She goes around the top of Isla Tompkinson. So Kemps hands it over to Vaughan. She's got Henderson and Urry still on board. They've got 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go now for DeGiorgio. Bradshaw, Richardson and Larkins. But Henderson will come round. He'll get the bell. 1 lap to go. And Henderson goes. He wants to get the win on this one. Henderson, followed by Kemps. Vaughan trying to go with them. Just lost ground to Henderson. Urry just off the back. Richardson now. He gets the bell. 1 lap to go. Larkins comes through, but the win will go to Felix Henderson. Second to Elise Vaughan. Then Matilda Kemps and Sebastian Urry.
How does that look? Is that all right?
Next out, event 19, we head into some Keirins. Caitlin Ward back up. She won her round. She'll be up with Olivia Wright, Ella Liang, Cody Brown, Seb Topping, Chris Mullins and Oscar Winchester.
I just don't want it flying off.
So on the front for this one, Chris Mullins, followed by Caitlin Ward, Ella Liang, Oscar Winchester, Seb Topping, Cody Brown, and the man of the minute, Corey Boddington. So Mullins will lead this one out. So Mullins, Ward, Topping, Winchester. Liang in third wheel. Winchester, Topping, Brown and Boddington. Four laps to go, one more behind the Derny. So Boddington starting to make his way around the outside as the Derny rolls off. Mullins rolls straight up. Caitlin Ward happy to sit in the sprinters lane for the moment. Boddington makes his way from the very back of this group. Everyone wanting a slice of that wheel. So Caitlin Ward still in the front, followed by Liang. Followed by Boddington, 2 laps to go. Topping, sitting on Corey Boddington. Now Cody Brown goes around the outside as they all lift down the back straight. Brown trying to go around the outside of Liang, who's going around the outside of Ward. They'll get the bell this time around. Liang gets the jump over Ward. Brown going around the outside. Topping going around the outside of everybody. Seb Topping down the back straight. Mullins giving chase. Seb Topping though, the QAS rider has a look around, turns off the engines. Topping, Mullins, Winchester. So next out on track, that looks like it'll be April Paddy, Sandra Stoy, Ronan Munro, Milan Bradshaw, that might be Kata Smalley in second wheel. So Paddy, Smalley, Stoy, Bradshaw and Munro. As they roll off. So 1 lap down behind the Derny. April Paddy behind the wheel. Then it's Kata Smalley, Sandra Stoy, Milan Bradshaw and Ronan Munro. Four laps to go in heat 2 of this Keirin round. So Dirty will roll off, 3 laps to go. Paddy assumes the lead. Munro making his way around the outside of Stoy. Kata Smalley though, fresh legs, we haven't seen him out today. So let's see what Kata's got up his sleeve with 2 laps to go as they head into the front straight. Smalley keeping an eye on Munro. Munro now starts to wind up. Smalley out of the saddle with 1.5 laps to go. Around 3 and 4 they go. So Kata Smalley wants to get the jump on Ronan Munro. Munro looks very content in the wheel. He'll start to make his move. He starts to wind up. Smalley gets the gap, but Munro stomps on the pedals. They head down the back straight. Here comes Stoy as well to get around Kata Smalley. Ronan Munro, he'll take the win, followed by Stoy, Smalley, Bradshaw and Paddy. So we're pretty lucky this afternoon. We're at Meares Velodrome, and guess who just walked in the door? Meares herself, down there talking to some of the juniors. Meares, thank you for coming out to Meares Velodrome. What a way to spend the weekend, heading to our Keirins. As the Dooney rolls round, Max Edwards will lead out John Eder, Chris Myatt, Simon Wallace, Cale Bunsley, Rory Fisk and Richard Watson. So round they go. Wonder if we can entice Meares to come up to the commentary booth to say hello. We'll see what we can do. As we roll around, 4 laps to go. Max Edwards in control in front of John Eder. Chris Myatt, Simon Wallace, Cale Bunsley, Rory Fisk and Richard Watson. Dooney rolls off, 3 laps to go. So John Eder takes control from Max Edwards. Myatt coming around the outside. So Myatt and Watson together. John Eder and Chris Myatt together, sorry. Then Simon Wallace now starting to make his move. Cale Bunsley with a lap and a half to go. He's going to try and follow Simon Wallace. Here we go, there's the bell. Myatt jumps, Simon Wallace goes with him. Cale Bunsley and Rory Fisk trying to go with the older eyes. Chris Myatt though, he's got this one under control. Myatt with 100 metres to go. Chris Myatt, he'll come into the front straight, followed by Simon Wallace. Good third position there for Cale Bunsley and Rory Fisk. So good riding there. Myatt taking the win. Next out in Heat 4 of our Keirins, Anthony Lane, Josh Nixon, Glenn Searle, Maddie Douglas Savage, Maddie Smith, Peter Meares and Indy Plant. Next up, it's our final Keirin. We head into our Junior Women's 19 and Elite Women's State Madison Championships. What a lineup we've got there. So on the front, Maddie Smith, Gold Coast favourite young lady. She'll be followed by Peter Meares, the Greek god, the man, the myth, the legend. Also a glove hand model in his part-time modelling career. They've got Anthony Lane, Josh Nixon, Indy Plant in fifth wheel. Then Scott Slade, Maddie Douglas Savage and Glenn Searle. So around they come. So Maddie Smith on the wheel, followed by Meares, Lane, Nixon, Plant, Slade, Douglas Savage and Searle. Looks like Judd Larkin's got an autograph on his bike from Meares. Happy young juniors down there. So with 3.5 laps to go, the Dooney will roll off this time around. So Dooney in, Maddie Smith takes control. Meares coming around the outside. He'll drag Anthony Lane and Nixon with him. Glenn Searle's made his way up from the back. Maddie Douglas Savage on the under-17 gearing. You can see the cadence difference. So Meares, 2 laps to go. Anthony Lane coming around the outside. Glenn Searle coming around the outside. They all squeeze together. Maddie Smith found herself boxed in. Anthony Lane takes the opportunity. He jumps. Nixon having a tussle there with Glenn Searle. Goes off the track. We're not playing for sheep stations, but Nixon coming back around the outside of Searle now as they go into 3 and 4. Anthony Lane got it under control. Has he? Nixon coming across the line. I think Nixon got it. Nixon may have just got that one over Anthony Lane. Tight contest there. Next up, we head into the big show. Our Queensland state titles for the junior women under 19 and the elite women state Madison championships. So for our under 19s, pairing up, Neve Parslow will team up with Bella Potts. Megan Moore will team up with Sienna Monteith. And Grace Hunter will team up with Chloe Buckley. For our elite women, it'll be Eden Sealy Cunnington and Hannah Parton.
Okay, so who's leading? You're ready for Grace? I'll take Grace. You got the button? And I will call the front of the race, okay?
So Parton and Sealy Cunnington, the only elites out there. So our live riders kicking off on the front, on the fence, Megan Moore, followed by Neve Parslow, followed by Chloe Buckley, and then Hannah Parton. So as we're off on our 80 lap under 19 and elite women's state Madison championship, we had some great racing last night in the under 17s. Hannah Walters and Sienna Golding winning by 56 points. They were gaining laps left, right and centre. Will we see the same level of excitement today? 80 laps, there's the whistle. Our riders are off. And on the back straight, looks like Bella Potts might already be on the move. This could be a deliberate strategy where we'll see what the plan is here. So Bella Potts rolling around. A very quick first change. So Bella Potts come in for Parslow after 1 lap as they start to move. So Potts in at the front. She's followed by Buckley, followed by Parton, followed by Moore. As we roll around, 78 laps to go. Any juniors out there, if you didn't already know, Meares is in the house. I'm sure she'll love me saying it over and over, but she's over on the entry ramp on the far side. Peter Macris trying to get an autograph from Meares herself. Right, as we roll around, so all the changes complete. Eden Sealy-Cunnington, she'll lead this one through, followed by Monteith.
I'll say blue and red. Blue and red.
As all our riders get around. Fairly sedate pace for these first couple of laps. Potts will sling in Neve Parslow. They were the first ones to change after the first lap. Round they go. So 75 to go. Parslow on the front, followed by Grace Hunter, followed by Eden Sealy-Cunnington, followed by Sienna Monteith. Round they come with 74 to go. All right, here we go. Now we start to get some swaps. Hannah Parton with a sling from Eden Sealy-Cunnington. 73 laps to go as we get closer and closer to our first points. Parslow coming up alongside Megan Moore. Parton flicks the elbow just off the back a little bit. As the riders join back in, Chloe Buckley back on terms with the main bunch. Next time around, we'll get the bell for the first sprint. So Megan Moore on the front. This is timely. Parslow will sling in Potts. Potts will come in with fresh legs for the sprint, and she's going to go early, Isabella Potts. Round the outside she goes. Bella Potts and Neve Parslow, they had a plan from the go. We saw it. They swapped after one lap. So Potts now right on track. Potts about 20 or 30 metres in front of Megan Moore, Hannah Parton and Chloe Buckley. Timing not ideal for Monteith and Moore as they go across the line, but Potts will collect the 5. Then Monteith, then Parton, then Buckley. So Potts and Parslow, they seem to have this one dialed in. They knew what they wanted to do. Parslow just chills out a little bit, watches Monteith range up. Monteith goes over the top. Now Parslow increases the tempo. These two have got a big gap now. Buckley and Eden Sealy-Cunnington, they're about 40, 50 metres off the back. Monteith and Parslow now, they're the front of the race with 68 laps to go. Monteith, Parslow, now there's a swap. Megan Moore in, Parslow over the top. She'll slot in right behind Megan Moore. So confirmation of the points. Parslow and Potts on 5. Moore and Monteith on 3. Sealy-Cunnington and Parton on 2. Buckley and Hunter on 1. Safe change there. Bella Potts back in behind friend Megan Moore. As they roll away, they've still got about 40 or 50 metres over Hannah Parton, who gets slung in by Eden Sealy-Cunnington at the front. So it's still more, 65 and a half laps to go. The breather at the front, that's allowing Parton to make up ground as Chloe Buckley, she's back in the race now. But cagey at the front from Moore and Potts. As we have a tandem sling here now. So in will go Parslow, in will go Monteith. 3 laps till the next bell. Buckley doing a lot of work chasing it down. Eden Sealy-Cunnington, she'll come in. So out the front, Buckley's been able to reduce that down to about 30 metres. 2 laps to go and they'll get the sprint. So Monteith and Parslow. Sealy Cunnington's closed that gap. Next time round, they'll get the bell. So very cagey at the front. Parslow flicks the elbow. Monteith senses the danger here now. They'll get the bell this time round. Monteith comes around. She'll sling in more. Parslow comes up. Got time to sling in. Potts will have to chase Moore down. So our two front runners at the moment, Moore wanting to get back on terms as Potts comes around the outside. So Potts and Parslow collect the 5 again. They'll go to 10. Moore and Monteith will go to 6. Good timing there. Potts with a bit of work to do to catch up to Moore. Now very short, sharp turns. Neither Potts nor Moore wanting to sit on the front. Confirmation, Cunnington getting the 2 points. So they go to 4. Buckley and Hunter get the point. They'll go to 2. So status quo so far. Parslow and Potts collecting all the points. Moore and Monteith collecting both second places. Sealy Cunnington and Parton, they've collected 3rd each time. Buckley and Hunter, they've got 4th across the line each time. 58 laps to go. So on the front, Sienna Monteith. She hands it over to Neve Parslow. Down the back straight. They've got a good 50 metres over Buckley and Sealy Cunnington. Buckley just looked like she was struggling a little bit. But on the front, Monteith and Parslow, 56 laps to go. Parslow and Potts leading the charge at the moment. They're on 10. Moore and Monteith on 6. As Bella Potts, she'll get the sling. Megan Moore moves straight up the track. She wants to get onto Bella's wheel. Bella and Megan been riding together for a long, long time. So along the front straight, Bella back into the lead. 54 laps to go. Buckley and Hunter got that gap back to within about 20 metres as the pace comes off. Hunter will sling in Buckley. This might be enough to get them all back on terms. So Buckley will go over the top. And they're all back with 53 laps to go. 2 laps till the next bell. Parton will sling in Sealy Cunnington.
Okay, change.
52 next time around. They'll get the bell. Parslow coming in with a lap and a half to go. So Parslow onto the front. Monteith waiting in the wings for the sling from Megan Moore. This time around, they'll get the bell. So fresh legs for both Parslow and Monteith. Monteith gets the sling. She goes over the top of Parslow. Monteith wants to roll away with it now. Parslow trying to get back on terms, but down the back straight, Monteith has got the gap. She'll collect the points this time around. So Monteith and Moore, they'll get the 5 points. Monteith flapping the elbow as they go through. Looks like Hunter got the points for 3rd. She did, so she'll get the 2. So Moore and Monteith collect their first 5. So 13 points for Parslow and Potts, 11 points for Moore and Monteith, 5 for Sealy Cunnington and Parton, and 4 for Buckley and Hunter. .48 to go, and it's Bella Potts on the front. It's for the Queensland State Maddo Championship. So Megan Moore comes in, a very sedate sling. The pace has come right out of this group as they're all together. almost at warm-up pace as they head around Meares Velodrome. Might be a chance for someone to make a move. So on the front, Bella Potts. She'll sling in Neve Parslow. Very casual as they come around, 46 laps to go. No real hurry from any of the riders just at the moment as Parslow sits on the front. Has done for about a lap. Everyone happy to sit behind. As Parslow moves up, hands it over to Megan Moore. Moore starts to increase the tempo a little bit. Parslow around the outside. This might be the opportunity they were looking for. She goes up with Monteith. Perfect example of doing a sling. So Parslow right up onto the hip of Monteith so that she could slot straight back in as she was slung into the race. So Monteith rolls up, leaves it in the hands of Parslow. Parslow. She'll sling in Potts. They'll get the bell next time around. So Potts looking for Monteith to go to the front. They have a chat as they go down the back straight. They go up high. This will be a sprint lap. 41 to go. Monteith the first to jump. Potts gets the better of her across the start-finish line. They get the bell. 5 points on offer. Monteith will sling in Megan Moore, but Potts is out the front. Huge amount of speed for Megan Moore. Will that be enough for her to get over the top of Potts? It won't be. So Potts and Parslow collect another 5. Megan Moore over the top. She wants to go for a individual pursuit on this one now. So Parslow will have to chase this one down. So Potts got the 5. Monteith got the 3. Hunter 2, Sealy Cunnington 1. So out the front, Megan Moore has ripped this race apart now. As Neve Parslow doing a whole lot of work to get back on terms. And just as she's about to catch, Monteith will come in with a fresh set of legs with 38 to go. As Parslow comes up around the outside, gets back onto Monteith's wheel. Monteith keeps up the tempo. This will be a chance for Parslow to have a rest. She goes through. She looks ahead. Bella Potts not far down the track. So the tempo huge. They've got almost half a lap over Parton and Sealy Cunnington. Buckley now, she's almost half a lap behind as well. So our leaders coming up on Eden Sealy Cunnington. She takes off down the track. So Monteith, it all settles down again. Megan Moore with the big move. Parslow shutting it down. Monteith went on with it. Parslow did the sling for Bella Potts, and the duo back at the front, Monteith and Potts. Now quick as that with the tempo high, Megan Moore will be back in. So Moore back in. Potts will follow. Grace Hunter doing a lot of work, trying to get back on terms. Sealy Cunnington, she's reeled back in about 25 or 30 metres. So on the front, Potts will sling in. Parslow. Don't forget to check out the photos from Matt Gilfetter and Jellybean Photography. And the Bundy Cycling Spectacular on in 2 weeks' time. Always a great event by Bundaberg Cycling Club. Make sure you get your entries in. 2 weeks' time up in Bundy. In 4 weeks' time, we'll be back here at Meares for more state championships at round 4 of the AMV Track Series. 32 to go. They'll get the bell next time around. This might be perfect timing for Monteith as she will get the sling in with just over a lap to go. And Potts might be too far down the road for it to work this time around. So there's the bell. Parslow gets out of the saddle. That was good timing. Difficult change for Monteith, but she's coming back round the outside. Monteith around the outside. This makes it really difficult for Bella Potts to come in. So Parslow, they missed the change now. That could be dangerous. Monteith, she keeps the pressure on the pedals. She realises that Potts missed the change as she came around. So 18, Parslow and Potts still on the front. Moore and Monteith only 4 behind. So confirmation of the points. There's the standing. So Parslow and Potts now only 2 points clear of Moore and Monteith. Buckley and Hunter, they've moved into third spot with 8 points. Sealy, Cunnington and Parton in fourth on 7. Neve Parslow, legs will be screaming, looking for Bella Potts to come back in. 27 laps to go. Now Potts back in. Parslow getting a well-earned rest as Moore heads straight up the track. She jumps onto the wheel of Bella Potts. Nothing in at the top of the table. 3 sprints to go. Double points on the final. Very cagey. Now Buckley looks like she's getting back on terms. Parton, she will sling in. Sealy Cunnington around 1 and 2, but all eyes on the front. Megan Moore. Buckley wants to make a move around the outside. He's able to sling in Grace Hunter. Gave herself clear air. Good move. Now in tandem, Monteith will come in. Parslow will come back in. But Grace Hunter out the front by about 15 metres. Monteith will close that one down pretty quick. She does so. Parslow goes with her with 23 and a half to go. Couple of laps to go until the next sprint. So round we go. 23 to go. Only 2 points at the top of the charts between Parslow, Potts and Moore and Monteith. So Parslow on the front, very cagey from all the riders here. No one wanting to spend too much time on the front. So Monteith, next time around, they'll get the bell. This might be bad timing again for Parslow and Bella Potts. Right in the middle of a sprint. So Monteith goes. Parslow goes. There's the change. So Moore in. Potts in. Potts with a lot of work to do. She's got about 10 metres to gain on Megan Moore. I think Megan Moore will walk away with this one. That'll put them all even at the top on 24 points. So even Stevens at the top. So bad timing for Potts and Parslow. Again, with only 2 sprints to go, it's all together on 24 points. So Potts and Moore together. Parslow back in. Monteith will come back in. The change is happening quick and fast when the sprints are on. So Parslow on the front. Monteith will jump back on her wheel. Here comes Grace Hunter. She wants to close that gap down. Sealy Cunnington and Parton have gone a lap down. So all together now. Parslow on the front, followed by Hunter and Monteith. So Hunter and Buckley on 10 points. Still mathematically in with a chance. Double points on the final. So in comes Buckley, Monteith in there. Sealy Cunnington will sling Parton back in. Parslow there, 15 to go. As the riders start to look to sling their partners in. So Parslow will sling in Bella Potts. Monteith will sling in Megan Moore. So Moore on the front, followed by Buckley, followed by Potts, followed by Parton. 13 to go as they come around this time. So cagey, but even at the top, 24 points. Nothing in it. It'll come down to the final sprint. I think the first one across the line between Parslow and Potts, and Moore and Monteith will take the win. So timing will be key to everything on this one for their changes. So 12 to go this time around. Now it looks like the changeover might work well for Potts and Parslow. So Parslow, she'll drop in. This might be perfect timing. Monteith and Moore, they'll be coming in mid-sprint. Parslow, she takes off. She sees Monteith up ahead. She jumps on the pedals. So Monteith will do a lot of chasing here. The sling will help, but Parslow with about 10 metres. So Parslow, this is what they needed after the mischange. So Parslow gets the points, followed by Monteith. 10 laps to go. Parslow and Potts go 2 points clear again. They'll go to 29. Moore and Monteith will go to 27. It'll come down to the final sprint. Buckley and Hunter, they'll go to 12. So to be decided, 1 and 2. Buckley and Hunter have got the under-19 third position sewn up. Mathematically, they can't get any higher than that. 8 to go. It's all down to the wire. Potts comes in. On her wheel is Parton and Hunter. Moore will come in. 7 laps to go this time round. It's all down to the wire for this under-19 and elite women's state Madison championship. Between Parslow and Potts and Moore and Monteith, whoever crosses the line first will take the win. So Sealy Cunnington, she gets a sling in from Parton. Chloe Buckley, she'll come in. So Sealy Cunnington, she wants to get off the front. 5 laps to go this time around. So Parslow getting ready to come in. The changes will be all important for this final sprint. Who's going to have the legs to go? So Parslow comes up beside Moore. She'll go over the top of Monteith, who will be the next one to come in. So Parslow over the top. Straight back onto Monteith's wheel. 3.5 laps to go now. Now the changeovers will be the most important part. As Bella Potts about half a lap in front, that might be the perfect position. So Parton back in from Sealy Cunnington. Buckley, she will swap over to Hunter. 2 laps to go this time around. as Potts, she'll do the final sprint for the Parslow Potts team. Monteith trying to get an advantage. She sprints towards Megan Moore. Bella Potts comes in. It's all on. It'll be the bell this time around. First one across the line will take the win. Potts coming up on the back of Moore. Round they come. Double points on the final sprint. Potts and Moore side by side. Down the back straight. Bella Potts eases over the top. Potts around 3 and 4. Potts into turn 4. In the front straight. Moore coming back. Bella Potts takes the final sprint and takes the Maddo Championship. Megan Moore millimetres away from coming over the top. Great win there from Parslow and Potts. They take home the championship. What a race down to the wire. Moore and Monteith, they'll go home in second with 33. Buckley and Hunter on 16 points. They'll take home the bronze. That was a good race. That was nice to watch. Good timing from both teams. The Parslow family having an absolute championship party this weekend. Aiden taking the win in the under-17 men last night. Neve now taking the under-19 women. So back to our Keirins. Maddie Douglas-Savage running for her bike. She forgot she's on. Been cheering on the Madison. So next up in our Keirins, it'll be Simon Wallace on the front. Maddie Douglas, thanks for coming along. Great to have you on the boards. Chris Myatt in third. Peter Meares in fourth wheel there. Maddie Smith and Glenn Searle. As the Derny rolls round, it'll be Simon Wallace will lead them through. Followed by Maddie Douglas-Savage, Chris Myatt, Peter Meares, Maddie Smith and Glenn Searle. So roll around with 4 laps to go. So Derny off. Simon Wallace takes control. Chris Myatt coming around the outside. Maddie Douglas-Savage boxed in just a little bit there. So you can see the cadence difference. Maddie Douglas-Savage on the under-17 gearing. Simon Wallace, Chris Myatt at the front, powering through with 2 laps to go. Glenn Searle starting to make his move from the outside. Maddie Smith starting to wind up as well. But it might be Simon Wallace from start to finish. Lap to go. There's the bell. Myatt coming around the outside. Myatt does go around the outside of Simon Wallace. Peter Macris trying to get on terms. Maddie Smith there as well. But it's Chris Myatt all the way, wearing the Billies on Tuesday kit. Myatt across the line. Wallace, Macris, Smith and Searle. After the Keirins, we'll have some graded points races with sprints every 5 laps. We'll finish off the afternoon with our under-19 and elite men's state Maddo championship. That's all right. So, that's what I'm worried about, because it just ends up with songs like swear words and stuff in it. So. Yeah. Righto, so next out on track, Max Edwards. Looks like Chris Mullins, Ronan Munro and Scott Slade. So 1 lap down, Max Edwards on the front. He's going to be on an under 17 gear. Followed by Chris Mullins, the young up and coming gun. Followed by Ronan Munro and Scott Slade. So a few gaps opening up in between, but 3 laps to go. The Dooney rolls off. Max Edwards has a look around. He's going to try and keep the pace high. Make Mullins, Munro and Slade work for it. So Max Edwards puts the hammer down a little bit. With 2 laps to go, he's going to try and go long range. Mullins not too worried about that gap as Munro goes with a lap and a half. Now Mullins goes as well. So Munro throwing it out there, trying to get Mullins to go in front as they go around the top of Edwards. Mullins is going. Now comes Munro with a charge out of turn 1, down the back straight. He was looking for Mullins to jump on the front. Mullins took the bait. Munro rolls along the front straight. He'll take the win, followed by Mullins, Edwards and Slade. Next up, looks like we'll have Ella Liang, Milan Bradshaw, Kata Smalley, April Paddy, Sandra Stoy, And I think that's Josh Nixon in there as well. So on the front, that'll be Ella Liang, followed by Bradshaw, followed by Smalley, Nixon, Paddy, and Stoy. So Paul Jackson having a bit of a chat with Ella Liang as he heads out on the Derny. So 1 lap down. Everyone looks like they're pretty comfortable in their position. One more lap behind the Derny. So it's still Liang, Bradshaw, Smalley, Nixon, Paddy, and Stoy. Okay, Derny off. Ella Liang takes over the lead of the race. Two laps to go this time around. Round the outside, Smalley starting to make his move. He's got Stoy for company. So Liang and Smalley side by side. Bradshaw tucked in into Liang's wheel. Stoy comes up beside Bradshaw. Smalley's gone high on the ramp. Liang though, out of the saddle, into the front straight. Now Smalley really starting to push that big gear as he goes around turn 1 and 2. Slots back into the sprinters lane. Nixon, he's left his run late. Can he come around? Smalley out the front. Nixon had to go up very high. He's going to have left his run too late. Smalley will take the win. Nixon in second. Ella Liang in third.
I cannot commentate anymore. I got told to do the comments. Oh, you didn't? No, I got told to. It's off. Which is the switch? Off. What's this?
Head off in our last heat of Keirin's for the afternoon. So Winchester on the back of the Derny. It's followed by Seb Topping, Cody Brown, Indiana Plant, and then Anthony Lane. As their riders in the middle start to warm up for their graded points races coming up. Don't forget to check out the photos by Jellybean Photography and by Matt Gilfetter. Check out their respective pages. So Winchester, he's had a good couple of hit-outs over the weekend so far. So Durney rolls off, 3 laps to go. Winchester on the front. Has a look around, Topping. Goes over the top of Winchester. Brown trying to come around the outside. Topping trying to time this one. 2 laps to go. Topping heads to the front. Winchester boxed in a little by Cody Brown. Anthony Lane stalking at the back. So here we go, Seb Topping, they'll get the bell. He's out of the saddle, they all go. Topping, Brown, Winchester, Lane. Indy Plant just a little off the back. She's not too far off, but Seb Topping, he drops the hammer into the front straight, turns it off, comes across the line. Cody Brown, Winchester gets 3rd, Anthony Lane in 4th, and Indy Plant. Don't forget, coming up, our under-19 and elite men's state Maddo championships. Kemps, Keely Kiktovics, Neve Parslow fresh off her Madison win, Grace Hunter, Flynn Larkins, Maddie Wynn, Chris Weir, Rory Fisk and Harley Bradshaw. I think Rory Fisk might be missing from this one as he prepares for the Maddo in 2 races time. Yep, I can see him in the middle, definitely resting the legs. So on the front, Cruz Kemps, followed by Ava Robbins, Hunter Davis and Flynn Larkins. 30 laps. So round we go, Larkins on the front. They'll get the bell at 26, 21, 16, 11, 6 and 1. Maddie Wynn on the front now. He's got the dude, Harley Bradshaw, on his tail. They swing up together. Myatt comes through. He's had a ripper weekend. Scott Smith now. He has Doroboom for company, followed by Andrew Matheson. Chris Weir in there as well. Larkins making his way around with Chris Weir. 27 to go. Next time round, they'll get the bell. So Larkins on the front, followed by Kemps, Davis, Crossman, Matty Wynn there, and Myatt. Larkins swings up just as they're about to get the bell. So Crossman, though, he goes. Chris Myatt goes with him. And Myatt's had a ripper of a weekend so far. But look at the speed of Crossman. Boy, that guy has come along in leaps and bounds over the last couple of years. So Myatt will take the points. Crossman, Kemps and Davis. So Crossman very much making a contest out of that one. So around they come for their progressive points. On the front, Matheson, followed by Ketkovics, Doroboom, Myatt and Smith. So Scott Smith leads them through. They'll get the bell next time round. Larkins bridging that gap over to Doroboom, wants to see if he can get some points. He comes underneath Myatt as they all join together. Here comes Crossman. So Matheson will get the bell. Kikovics, there goes Crossman. He's on a point scoring mission, Felix Crossman. Look at him go around the outside. Crossman, he'll collect the 5 this time round. Myatt's coming, so they'll swap positions maybe. Matheson, he starts to stomp on the pedals. So Crossman will go to the top of the tables, followed by Matheson was second across the line, then Myatt. So Crossman will go to the top of the standings. Now Doroboom goes boom at the front. Hunter Davis, he's up there as well. Ketkovics, Matheson, Doroboom, Davis, Myatt, Meyer, Crossman, Smith, Larkins. Cruz Kemps trying to bridge across. Punchy race with sprints every 5 laps. Now Doroboom, that's a dangerous move for Doroboom off the front. Doroboom is not someone you let get away. So Jay Doroboom out the front, Matheson giving chase. Jay Doroboom heading down to the Christmas carnivals in Victoria at its Shepparton, Bendigo and Castlemaine over the Christmas break. So it'd be good to see him down there. It's also a crew going over to Tasmania. Lots of racing options over Christmas, but it's Matheson on the front. Doroboom looks around. He's got to try and stick to the second place, but here comes Crossman again. Crossman determined to win this race. Matheson, he'll come across the line. Matheson gets the points. Crossman in second. Crossman might go from here. It's not beyond him to go 15 laps solo. Scott Smith coming. Matheson goes as well. Davis kicking. So Matheson, Crossman, Smith, Ketkovics are the points collectors at the third sprint. Top of the tables though by 3 points. Crossman, Matheson on 8, Crossman on 11. Matheson on the front of this and has dropped Crossman. No apologies, Crossman was right in his wheel. So that's the battle at the top. Matheson and Crossman. Crossman in the lead at the minute. Davis rolls up the track. as they all come back together. Chris Weir, he's on a charge. He'll get the bell this time around as well. Davis straight into his wheel. Now Davis finds himself on the front, on the bell lap. Myatt on his wheel. Matheson, Crossman. Crossman wanting to finish in front of Matheson as they sprint down the back straight. Matheson going for the points. Crossman, can he make a late charge? He goes high. Matheson keeping him under control. Down the front straight, across the line. I'm going to call that Crossman. Just in front of Matheson, Myatt, and I think Hunter Davis collected the final point. So Crossman just trying to make sure he's got that all under control. There you go, confirmation, Crossman, Matheson, Myatt and Davis. So it'll move Crossman a further 2 points clear. That'll take his advantage out to 5, sorry, 16 to 11. Chris Myatt coming back up as well. He's on 9, so he's not far behind Matheson. So it's all on out the front. Hunter Davis, he's having a ripper race. So across the line they come. Next time around they'll get the bell for the second last sprint. Very cagey now. Matty Wynn, he's going to try and lead them out. Chris Myatt, Matheson jump onto the wheel. Crossman wanted to keep an eye on this one. He's got a lot of work to do from there. Matty Wynn across the line. Chris Myatt looking around. There's Matheson. Felix Crossman doing a lot of work from the back of the bunch every single sprint. Myatt gets out of the saddle. Matheson goes with him. So Myatt around turn 4. Sprints for the line. Myatt got it over Matheson, just Smith, and then Crossman with 1 point. That's going to get them very, very close together at the top of the standings. I think Matheson and Myatt now will be equal standing on 14 points, and Crossman will be on 17 with 1 lap to go, or 1 sprint to go. So confirmation, Myatt, Matheson, Smith, Crossman, and at the top, 17 points, Crossman. Matheson and Myatt equal on 14, Scott Smith on 4. So Crossman in front by 3 points. So he can come second and still win. Anything below that, though, if Myatt or Matheson take the win, if Crossman comes third, he'll have lost the race by 1 point. Now Chris Weir, he starts to go. Matheson goes with him. It's the final bell. Here we come. Crossman's in trouble. He's a long way back. He's got a lot of work to do. As Chris Weir leads them out, Matheson wants to go for the win. Myatt wants to go for the win. Crossman's going to have to finish second to one of these boys. I don't think he will. So Crossman might have just missed out. Oh, on the line, I think maybe it was Myatt. Maybe Myatt. That might take him equal with Crossman if Crossman got the 2. But the first one across the line will take the win, so we'll see who got that one. Well, wait, that was very close. Either Myatt or Matheson just took the win. They'll end up equal points, I think, with Crossman, but because they crossed the finish line first, they'll take the overall. There you go, confirmation. Chris Myatt just across the line in front of Andrew Matheson and Felix Crossman. So I think that'll give the win to Chris Myatt, sorry. There you go, he does 19 points, equal with Crossman, but because he was first across the line, Chris Myatt will take the win, followed by Felix Crossman and Matheson. Next up, another points race, 20 laps. And they're off and running with Bo Hanlon leading out Richard Watson. We've got Aidan Parslow, Cam Franks, Flynn Jensen, Henry Velasquez, Ollie Hare, Max Edwards in there as well, Eden Sealy Cunnington, Graham Ward in there, Ari Mueller, Marlena Meyer. I think that's Elise Vaughan maybe in the blue. I'm not sure. Ollie Hare though, he's off on a charge. So Ari and Edwards out the front. They want to collect points from the get-go. So Ari out the front. Decided to take the bull by the horns. It's a short event. There's only 4 sprints. So if he can collect points, he's got 2 more laps out the front and he collects the 5. Max Edwards the same. He might collect 3. Now Hannah Walters giving up the chase with Meyer on her wheel. Now we get the bell for Ollie Hare. So he's on his way to get 5 points. Max Edwards, he's on his way to get 3 points if he can hold them all off. Velasquez chasing, the chasing pack, but it's all Hare out the front. Velasquez, Parslow, Franks, they're all chasing. But Ollie Hare, he caught them all napping. He'll get 5 points. If he can go on with it, he might be able to get the next one as well. Hare rolls up, sees the pack chasing. He rests the legs for just a minute. So as they come through, Bryn McDonald will lead them over to Hare. So Hare with 5, Edwards with 3, Parslow with 2, McDonald with 1. So Hare makes the move. As we calm down just a little bit. Ethan Lee, he flicks the elbow. He hands it over to Hannah Walters. Cam Franks, he hands it over to Ari Mueller. So Aidan Parslow on the front now with his Maddo teammate Cam Franks. Next time around, they'll get the bell. So through the middle. Ollie Hare, he appears on the front again for the bell lap. He gets out of the saddle. He goes for a sprint. Round they come, Bryn McDonald. He's found his legs in this race. So McDonald round the back straight. He goes around Hare. Hannah Walters coming. Marlena Meyer coming. Aidan Parslow coming. Bryn McDonald, he'll collect the 5, but Hare, he'll collect another good haul of points. He gets the 3. Walters with 2. Parslow with 1. So Bryn McDonald, he'll go to 6. Ollie Hare will go to 8. With 2 more sprints to go. So the pace coming right out of this group. Hannah Parton flicks the elbow. She hands it over to Ari Mueller. So Mueller on the front. He's followed by Graham Ward. Bo Hanlon coming around the top. On the inside from Ipswich, Ethan Lee. Next time around, they'll get the Val. Mueller now. He's going to take a leaf out of the Hare handbook and go early. So Mueller, he puts the hammer down. He's going to get chased down by Graham Ward. Ethan Lee in there spinning like crazy. Max Edwards the same. Here comes Aidan Parslow. Bryn McDonald, he wants to collect on his points as well. Mueller goes. Parslow giving chase. He goes around the outside of Ward. Bryn McDonald gets onto the back of Ethan Lee. Around the outside of Mueller goes Aidan Parslow. Ethan Lee trying to come around the outside. Parslow in the sprinters lane. Got the elbows out. Across the line, Ethan Lee will take the 5. Parslow the 3. McDonald the 2 and Mueller the 1. So that'll take Bryn McDonald onto equal with Ollie Hare. Now Cam Franks, 4 laps to go. The young man, the state Maddo champion as of last night. He can do this, 3.5 laps to go. Gets chased down by Velasquez, his teammate from Balmoral. Franks rolls up. Parslow, he rolls up. Hands it over to Graham Ward. Edwards on the front, followed by Walters. So the shout goes out from Sebari. Go Ollie. So Ollie on top of the leaderboard, I think at the moment, on 8, equal with Bryn McDonald. Aidan Parslow on 6, Ethan Lee on 5, Max Edwards on 3. Edwards is going to go. So Ollie Hare, he might have timed this one well. He's on 8 points at the moment. Bryn McDonald chasing him down. So Hare chasing down Edwards. Round they go. Parton going with him. It's a long way to go round for Bryn McDonald. He's got a long, long way to go. Look at Hare go. He's got the bit between the teeth. Ollie Hare coming across the line. Hare takes the win and the overall. Great move there from Ollie Hare. Cam Franks just missing out on that on the line. Bo Hanlon with a throw for the line. No points in it, but a beautiful throw. So Ollie Hare with a great race. Contested the first 2, got 8 points, was out of the points on the third one, but he won the final. So one more race until we hit the big show, the State Maddo Championship for the under-19 and elite men. Round we go. So on the front, that'll be Elise Vaughan, followed by Felix Henderson. Paddy Richardson, I think they're in third wheel, followed by Seb Hare, Judd Larkins, Evie Rose, Henderson Cunnington, Matilda Kemps, Winter Bradshaw, and Hannah DiGiorgio. So the pace comes out of it, just a little Seb Hare on the front with 18 laps to go. Does that help you? So round they go. Elise Vaughan on the front. Seb Hare in the sprinters lane. Behind them, that looks like Matilda Kemps and Felix Henderson, Hannah DeGiorgio, Paddy Richardson, Judd Larkins, Winter Bradshaw and Evie Rose, Henderson Cunnington. Paddy Richardson, in anticipation of the bell, comes through, gets the bell with 16 to go. Elise Vaughan pushing to try and get back on terms with Paddy Richardson. Felix Henderson going, Winter Bradshaw going. Larkins taking up the chase behind them. But the four out the front, they look like they'll collect all the points. Paddy Richardson got to keep going for the line. He didn't realise Vaughan was there. Vaughan and Henderson, then Richardson and Bradshaw. So good haul of points there from Elise Vaughan. Felix Henderson getting the 3, Paddy the 2, Winter getting 1. 14 laps to go as they all come back together now. Matilda Kemps coming around the outside. Wants to get involved in the points next time around. So Elise Vaughan on the front with 13 laps to go in our final graded points race before we head into our State Maddo Men's Under-19 and Elite Championship. So Elise Vaughan still in the front. As they roll around, Matilda Kemps now, she's made her way to the front of the pack. So round they come. They'll get the bell. Larkin's going to make a move around the outside. As he does, he comes around the outside. He sprints around the outside of Elise Vaughan. Larkins looking to collect maximum points this time around. He's got a long way to go. Elise Vaughan chasing him on those bigger gears. You can see Larkins pedaling like crazy on his under 13 gears. Down into the front straight. Larkins comes into the front straight. Vaughan's going to roll over the top. Henderson over the top. Larkins collects the 2. And then I think it was Paddy Richardson with the 1. So Vaughan collecting all the points so far. She'll go to 10. Henderson will go to 6. Paddy's going to go long range. 9 laps to go. Confirmation, Vaughan, Henderson, Larkins, Richardson. There's your standings. Elise Vaughan on 10. Felix Henderson on 6. Paddy Richardson on 3. Judd Larkins on 2. And Winter Bradshaw on 1. So as they all come back up and range onto the wheel of Richardson, he rolls up the track. Just off the back a little, Evie Rose, Henderson Cunning, Paddy Richardson. Trying to jump in a sprinter's lane with Larkins. Having a bit of a cuddle along the front straight, but look at that. So round they roll. Elise Vaughan still in the front. She's got all the points so far. Bell this time around. There it is. So Felix Henderson on the front, giving chase Elise Vaughan, followed by Winter Bradshaw. Look at Seb Hare come. He's coming from the clouds. He's going to try and get some points here. Henderson on the front. Elise Vaughan might get over the top. It's Henderson, Vaughan, I think it was Hare, and then Kemps. So we'll wait for confirmation of that one. Henderson, I think, got that one just over Elise Vaughan. So Elise Vaughan will still be at the top of the charts. So you go Henderson, Vaughan, Hare with the 2, Matilda Kemps with the 1. So Henderson will move to 11, Vaughan will move to 13. There's your standings there. So Vaughan, Henderson, Richardson, Larkins, Hare and Bradshaw. So 3 laps to go, 1 more sprint. If Felix Henderson can get the win and Elise Vaughan in second, Felix will run away with the win, being first across the line, as they'll be even on points. So cagey as they roll around with 2 laps to go. Who's going to be the first to blink here? 2 laps to go as they roll around turn 1 and 2. On the front, Vaughan and Kemps. Now Seb Hare making a move around the outside. Larkin's going to try and go around the outside with him. So does Evie Rose. The sprint is on. Hare gets a great move from the pack. Bradshaw going to jump onto that wheel. There goes Kemps as well. Vaughan, she's trying to catch up. Henderson, he's found himself boxed in as they come around Hare. But it's Winter Bradshaw. She's going to collect 5 points. So Bradshaw will come through for the win. Vaughan, then Henderson, and then I think it was Matilda Kemps. So Elise Vaughan will take out the win. Moving on to our final event of the night. The Junior Men Under 19 and Elite Men Queensland Madison Championship. $150 laps of pain, I would say. So, Blannon and Hayden Smith, team number 1. Team number 2, Douglas Savage and Schaff. Team number 3, Bunsley and Fisk. Blake Quick and Alex Hughes. Bit of news about Blake Quick. In 2018, he was the Under-19 Maddo World Champion with Luke Plapp, former World Tour rider. I think that's with Team Jayco. 2 years at Team Jayco, Under-23 National Road Champ and Stage 1 of the Tour de Taiwan. So some big pedigree from Blake Quick. We've probably all seen him on SBS at one stage or another. This will be a great event. So Quick and Hughes together. Sammy Hilditch will team up with Lockie Walters. And Will Holzberger and Brad Davis will team up. The boys from Bundaberg. Thank you. So 120 laps. I said 150. That did sound a bit out of control, Nanette. So on the front, Sam Hilditch. Behind him, Cale Bunsley. Getting some last minute advice from mum and sister. Oscar Schoff, he's in third wheel. Holzberger and Quick. So 120 laps of Meares Velodrome to finish off our afternoon and crown some state champions. So Bladden and Hayden Smith not in this one. There's the whistle. We're on 119 laps to go. So round they come. Hilditch hands it over to Schoff. He hands it over to Cale Bunsley. Cale, his first ever Maddo Championship, first time in under-19s. Holzberger flicks it over to Quick. He will be the man to watch. Hilditch on his wheel, followed by Oscar Schoff, also first year 19. So as we start to roll around for our first round of changes, Rory Fisk at the top. Cale Bunsley looked up, but I don't think Rory was quite ready for him yet. So Brad Davis, he rolls in. Quick starts to open things up. He's going to try and get this changed. So Blake Quick on his way around. Big thanks. I have my personal secretary up here, CJ, giving me notes on the riders as we go. So as well as stints with Jaco Olula, he's been with Down Under Cycling Academy. No, that's the teams for what we've got now. Down Under Cycling Academy, ARA, Rujai Insurance, QAS, and the Bundaberg Cycling Club. I thought that was a list of teams that Blake Quick had been in. So Holzberger, he comes back in for Davis. Sammy Hilditch comes in for Walters. So as they roll around 112, they'll get the bell next time around. Rory calls it off. So it would have been a prime time for Rory to swap with Cale. I'm not sure why he called that one off. But anyway, we're on. Here he goes. At the front, Alex Hughes. The pace of that change into Blake Quick nearly ripped his shoulder out of the socket. So Quick comes around. But here comes Walters. Oh, Quick gets the 5 points. Walters gets the 3. Walters might roll on with this with Blake Quick. Oscar Schoff. I'm still stunned at the speed of that change. Alex Hughes, of course, the junior national champion on the road. So Douglas Savage now comes in. So confirmation of the point, Quick and Hughes on 5, Hilditch and Walters on 3, Douglas Savage and Schoff on 2, Holzberger and Davis on 1. So Hughes on the front, followed by Hilditch, followed by Douglas Savage. They've got a bit of a gap over Cale Bunsley, who've also got a gap over Holzberger. So Holzberger ranging up on the back of Bunsley. But at the front, we have another change. So Schoff comes in. So Schoff, Hughes, Hilditch. Now we get to see a tandem change coming on. In comes Blake Quick. In comes Lockie Walters. So Quick goes around the outside of Oscar Schoff. Rolls up the boards. Walters on the inside. Just rolls through. Not a big effort to try and make room. So round they come. Quick back to the front. Followed by Walters. Followed by Schoff. In the back straight. 103 laps to go this time around. Plenty of points on offer. Into the race comes Douglas Savage. Quick showing his experience. Walters follows the wheel up as they all roll around. Go around Holzberger, or underneath Holzberger. And here goes the animator. He wants to change things up. Next time around, they'll get the bell. So looking to come in, that'll be Hughes and Hilditch coming in. Douglas Savage on the front, he gets the bell. There goes Hughes. There goes Hilditch. They're chasing down Douglas Savage. Hughes around the outside of Douglas Savage. Hilditch around the outside. So Hughes with a lot of power going through. He collects the points. Then Hilditch. Douglas Savage coming in. He flicks over. He puts Schoff in the race. So it'll still be Quick and Hughes leading the points. Walters in. Quick back in. Schoff is in. Brad Davis about to go back in for the Bundy team. Rory Fisk. Pace is hot on this 120 lap Maddo. So Douglas Savage, he rolls back in. They currently sit third in the standings on 4 points. He did. So Zach Douglas Savage, he did a stint in Europe this year as well. Oscar Schoff, he's got himself a contract for next year to race in Europe. So there's a lot of young riders from Queensland doing grand things. Alex Hughes, he's been over there. Sam Hilditch, he did the Tour of Ireland earlier in the year. Plenty going on. Blake Quick, he's on the front, followed by Hilditch. Round the outside, Zach Douglas Savage, Rory Fisk in there. There's Holzberger. Back into the race will go Oscar Schoff. 94 laps to go. Hughes, he goes in. He's got Hilditch for company. So Hilditch, he'll sling in. Walters. 93 to go. Very coy at the front. Walters. Followed by Hughes around the bottom. Holzberger. So 92 laps to go. Next time round they'll get the bell. Hughes wants to open things up. Schoff goes. Walters goes. Weird change at the back there. That didn't look too great. Now Blake Quick comes in. The change by Hughes, strong. Walters slings in Hilditch. The pace difference is incredible. So Quick, he goes across the line. Douglas Savage, he'll get the 3 points. Hilditch will get the 2. Hilditch just making sure Quick and Douglas Savage don't roll off too far. Schoff back in the race. So confirmation, Quick gets the 5, Douglas Savage the 3, Hilditch the 2, Bunsley gets the 1. So Quick and Hughes on 15, Hilditch and Walters on 8, Douglas Savage and Schoff closing the gap. They're down to 7. Only 1 point difference between second and third. Quick and Hughes, they've had monopoly on the 5 points for every sprint so far. So on the front, Oscar Schoff, in his first year as an under-19. Hughes, he leads them around. Douglas Savage, he'll come back in. So Hughes, Douglas Savage, Walters, 86 laps to go. Very coy racing in between sprints. Can see the difference in the riders making sure they save as much energy as they can, not sitting right up on the fence if they don't have to. Smart enough to stay out of the way of the racing as Hilditch comes back in. So on the front, Douglas Savage, Hilditch, Quick, he jumps back in, sliding all over the track. Hilditch gets up onto Quick's wheel. What a wheel to sit on. 2018 Maddo World Champion with Luke Plapp. So Schoff, that was the most sedate sling I've seen from Douglas Savage. Schoff, he wants to open things up with 82 to go this time around, so he's going to go long range. Oscar Schoff, what a pair of legs he's got on him. He's gone early. So Walters is going to come in. This will be a good fresh set of legs. They're still going to chase down Schoff though. So Hughes is in. Walters is in. They're going to try and range up on the back. They're too wide. Hughes goes around the outside of Douglas Savage. Around they come, getting some of the lapped riders. Hughes will come through. He'll get the 5. Walters will get the 3. Douglas Savage will get the 2. So that'll open up the gap out to 2 points between Douglas Savage and Walters. Quick and Hughes still collecting every 5 points at every sprint. Tandem change. Quick back in. Hilditch back in. So confirmation. Hughes getting the 5. Walters getting the 3. Douglas Savage with the 2. Bunsley and Fisk with the 1. So 20 points for Quick and Hughes, 11 for Hilditch and Walters, 9 for Douglas Savage and Schoff. Then Bunsley and Fisk sit in 4th, Holzberger and Davis in 5th. Nothing between those two either. At the front of the race, Oscar Schoff. The sandwich in between Quick and Hilditch. As Davis just lets Bunsley know that he's in the sprinters lane. So round they come. On the front, Quick, he'll hand over to Hughes. Hughes takes over, then it's Walters, then it's Schoff. Schoff will hand in Douglas Savage. Josh Franks having a look. He's just getting some tips for when he's in the under-19 Maddo next year. I don't think he's listening to me. So Holzberger, he's on the front. Josh Franks into under-19s this year, I think. So he's just finished his second year of 17 on the road. Be nice to see him back racing soon. He's had a few incidents, shall we say. He doesn't like his bones very much and breaks them often, but we'll see him back at some stage. A great rider. We've seen Camo out there today and last night as well, so it runs in the family. As we roll through, so on the front of the pack, Brad Davis will come in. Next time around, they'll get the bell, so the sprint back on. As we see the move starting to come now. Oh, a missed change there between Douglas Savage and Schoff. That may hurt as Blake Quick comes back in. So Quick, Hilditch and Walters, they missed their changeover as well. That was a bit complicated. Douglas Savage was there. Hard to do a change in mid-sprint. So Quick, Hilditch, Douglas Savage. A few missed changes as they roll around. Now Schoff will come back in. So not much in it when that sprint is on. It only takes about 2 laps for them to get back around to their partner. So coming back in, Alex Hughes. Coming back in, Lockie Walters. So the standings after sprint 5, 25 for Quick and Hughes. They've got all the points so far. Hilditch and Walters on 14. They've moved 3 clear now of Douglas Savage and Schoff. as they start to roll around. We're almost halfway through this Madison with 67 laps to go. What a way to finish off our round 3 of the Meares Track Series. Big thanks to Oz Cycling Queensland, commissaires Olivia Forrest for being the race director, Louise Jones and Tony Torr for doing the UCI commissaring for our paras. Of course, to Nanette, Michael and the rest of the commissaire gang, thank you very much. To all the volunteers doing the live stream, thank you very much. Don't forget, we did some interviews with some of the riders earlier on in the day. If you check out the start of the live stream, you'll catch up with Corey Boddington, Hannah Walters, Neve Parslow, Cam Franks and Aidan Parslow. So round we go. Blake Quick on the front, Hilditch on his wheel. Douglas Savage after him, 64 laps to go. Don't forget, we've got presentations for the Maddos straight after racing here today. So round we go. Yeah. It is exactly like a scratch race every 10 laps. Here we come. Walters getting ready to come in. This might be perfect timing. So Hilditch opens up the accelerator. He's going to sling in Walters. This might be their opportunity to get in front. So Walters goes. This will have to be a good sling for Alex Hughes. They get the bell. Walters really on it now. Hughes chasing him down. Hughes closes the gap down the back straight. Walters holding on. Hughes coming around the outside as they come into the front straight. Hughes wanting to collect the 5 points. He does. No compassion in a Madison championship. Hughes collects the 5 points again. Walters coming in second to collect the 3. Douglas Savage getting the 2. Now Douglas Savage, he's decided something needs to change. The animator, he's up to his old business. He's going off the front. Douglas Savage, Schoff, he's looking for him. Down they come. Douglas Savage gritting the teeth. He'll sling in Schoff. They've got to try and do something different. But Blake Quick, he chased down that 10-metre gap in about 0.2 of a second. I'm sure there's a pun in there with his name. I just can't think of one. So Blake Quick closed down the gap. They're all back together. Sammy Hilditch, he will hand it over to Lockie Walters. These two have been riding since they're about under 11 or under 13, I think. So good to see them in QAS together. As we're all back together, Holzberger now on the front, followed by Bunsley. Then it's Walters, Schoff, and Hughes. We're over the halfway mark now at 55 laps to go. Douglas Savage getting ready to come back in. So Douglas Savage, he comes in. He'll go behind Lockie Walters. Rory Fisk, he's about to come in for Cale Bunsley. Sam Hilditch, he'll take over from Lockie Walters. Through they go. So Brad Davis, he'll come in for Holzberger. Blake Quick looks around. He sees Alex Hughes coming with 53 laps to go. So Quick back in. Douglas Savage still on the front. Hilditch coming around the outside. Fisk in the middle, 52 laps to go. Next time round they'll get the bell again. So Quick, he starts to make his move around the outside of Schoff. Hilditch goes with him. Schoff on the inside. They'll get the bell this time around. So Quick chasing. Look at the speed on this change. Walters flying in. Gets the pace. Look at the takeoff from Lockie Walters as he rolls around. He might finally get the 5 points. Walters gets the 5 over Schoff. I think that's the first time Quick and Hughes haven't collected 5. They'll collect the 2. So that'll be extending the lead out, extending second place for Hilditch and Walters. Good timing there. And what pace there was on that changeover. Great control between Hilditch and Walters. So confirmation, Walters getting the 5, Schoff the 3. So Hughes and Quick on 32, Hilditch and Walters on 22. They're 6 clear now of Douglas Savage and Schoff. The speed of those changes is incredible. The amount of force that went into Lockie Walters. He got launched out to Neptune before he came back to the boards at Meares, straight around the outside of Quick and Schoff. 47 laps to go. It's all starting to heat up. There's not much in it. There's only 10 points between first and second. There's 10 points on offer for the final sprint. We've still got 3 to go before that, maybe 4 to go. So 5 more sprints. I just had to do some quick calculations on my fingers. It's been a long weekend. So 5 sprints to go. One of those sprints will be double points. So 30 points still on offer for first across the line. Plenty of options out there to collect. Walters comes back in for Hilditch. Nice change. The boys have been doing well all afternoon. Oh, really? Ah. As we roll around, 43 and a half laps to go. If you're finished up on the infield, don't forget to just stack the chairs up. That'll be a great help to everyone at the Velodrome. As we roll around though, we still look, it's Quick, Schoff and Walters. Front of the race though is Holzberger and Bunsley. They might scamper away with a few points here. So Walters decides he's going to go. They need to close that gap. There's only half a lap to go for the sprint for Holzberger and Bunsley. But look at the freight train coming as Walters comes. They all change over in tandem. Hilditch goes. Quick goes as they come down the back straight. Look at them close that gap. Blake out of the saddle. Sorry, that's Hughes out of the saddle as they come around. Hilditch holding on as they come into the front straight. Hilditch will collect another 5 points over the top of Alex Hughes. I think Douglas Savage might have only got the 1 point there, maybe. Holzberger got the 2. So Walters opened that up, allowed Hilditch to get the swap, get in there. Good changeover. So confirmation, Walters with the 5, Hughes with the 3, Holzberger with the 2, Douglas Savage with the 1. So now we get closer. It's still only 8 points at the top now. So Walters absolutely to perfection timing that move. Davis rolls around on the inside, so that's the front of our race. Davis followed by Quick, followed by Schoff, followed by Walters. Davis will hand it over to Holzberger. So Holzberger is the front of the race as the boys play coy about 15 metres back. So they roll up the track. Holzberger going to try and sneak some points away with 35 and a half laps to go of this State Madison Championship for the under-19 and elite men. So Holzberger has just under half a lap advantage. No real impetus in the chase here. Walters and Hilditch have been able to make some good inroads into Hughes and Quick, who they were collecting points left, right and centre at the start. 34 to go. Hilditch will come in. Hughes will come in. So Douglas Savage already in there. But Brad Davis is out the front with 33 to go. 8 points the difference at the top of the tables. They're not too worried about the Bundaberg team. It's all between Hughes, Walters and Schoff at the moment. So Brad Davis has been through, 32 to go. Rolling through Alex Hughes, he's got 32 to go. Douglas Savage. Now they make the move. So Brad Davis gets the bell. Hilditch, he wants to go. So Hilditch goes with Schoff. They get the bell. Look at the speed for Walters. Speeds up for the sprint. He's going to try and chase down Schoff. He does so. Look at the speed that Walters comes around with. Holzberger will get the 5. Walters will get the 3. Schoff the 2. Blake Quick will get the 1. So that difference at the top will come down again. That's 8 at the moment. It'll be down to 6. We've got something exciting coming up here. So 5 for Holzberger, 3 for Walters, 2 for Schoff, 1 for Quick. This is going to come down to the wire. There's nothing in it between the top 3 teams. 36 for Hughes, 30 for Walters, 19 for Schoff. They're all still in with a chance on this one. Front of the race is here with Blake Quick. He's followed by Douglas Savage, followed by Walters. Oh, awkward there in between the change for Douglas Savage between Walters and Hilditch. So Douglas Savage on the front with 27 to go. So Douglas Savage on the front. Hughes second. Hilditch in third. Brad Davis sitting in fourth wheel. Into the race comes Oscar Schoff. First year under 19. He lets Alex Hughes roll through. Now Hilditch on the front. 25 to go this time around. So a few changes coming up. Quick will come in. Walters will come in tandem. Textbook change for our top 2 teams in this State Madison Championship. So sedate now. The pace has been hectic, but we realise now the points are on offer. Even Jay Doraboom stopped to have a look on the far side of the enemy's Velodrome. So Holzberger, he leads the race, or leads the pack at the moment. Holzberger, he wants to jump clear, 23 to go. No one wanting to do anything too crazy at the moment. Holzberger, 22 to go, so he'll get the bell the next time around. Hilditch and Walters, they're going to need to collect as many points as they can. Quick on the front. There goes Schoff, quick kicks. In will come Douglas Savage. In will come Hughes. Hilditch, they wave off the change. Walters going to have to come around the outside. They'll just collect the 1 point. So 5 points to Davis. Quick gets the 3. Douglas Savage with the 2. Walters and Hilditch get the 1. Things will open up a little bit more at the top. 2 more sprints to go. One of those double points. Now Hilditch will come back in. So Hilditch in, Schoff in, Quick in. So Quick and Hughes move out to 8 points clear of Hilditch and Walters. They're 10 points clear of Savage and Schoff. Still all to play for. Hilditch and Walters won't want to let Fisk or Holzberger get the jump on the next 5 points. So Hilditch and Walters very much needing to collect full points on this next one if they're to stay in with a chance of winning this state Madison championship. It's not all over, but it'll come close. So Walters on the front, followed by Schoff. Quick will slide in behind Schoff. Brad Davis, he'll come around, he'll slide in behind Walters. Team Bundy, they've been the interrupters for the points. They've snuck away to get a couple of 5-pointers. So on the front, Douglas Savage, Alex Hughes, Lockie Walters, Brad Davis. Hilditch, this might be perfect timing as they come round. 13 laps to go. So you can see Hilditch always looking around, the dead rider always looking around to see where their teammates are. So Hilditch just altering his pace to suit when he wants to get thrown into the race. With 12 laps to go, this might be absolutely ideal for Hilditch. As he comes down, Hughes opens it up. Hilditch, he'll come through. Walters will sling him in. Now Hilditch, he'll chase Hughes. They get the bell. So Hilditch will have to chase down Blake Quick. In comes the change for Schoff and Douglas Savage. Schoff on. Hilditch chasing Quick as they come around turn 3 and 4. Blake Quick's got his measure as he comes across the line. Hilditch in second. Douglas Savage in third. That will almost seal the championship. There's still a chance that Hilditch and Walters can win it, but Quick and Hughes will be at 10 points in front of Hilditch and Walters. So there you go, 44 to 34 to 23. So here we go, the last 8 laps of our Queensland State Madison Championship for the under-19 and elite. So Blake Quick and Alex Hughes, they are in the elite category. Hilditch and Walters in the under-19s. So they come around with 6.5 laps to go. It's all down to this final sprint, double points to finish off a great weekend here at Meares Velodrome. Hilditch comes back in. That means Walters will be in for the final sprint. Hughes on the front, followed by Douglas Savage. Holzberger comes in, Bunsley in there now as well. No one wanting to do anything here. So Hilditch comes up on the outside of Holzberger. On his wheel, Hughes in front, Douglas Savage. Blake Quick, he will come in. Walters starting to watch where Hilditch is. They want to time this to perfection to make sure they get the best sprint they can. They need the 10 points. Nothing else counts, so Hilditch and Walters need the 10 points. Everything else is up to the gods. As they come around with 3 laps to go. Walters looks around. He'll finish this one off for Team Hilditch and Walters. Out the front though, it's Holzberger and Bunsley. Coming around the outside, Quick. So Walters, now's the time. He needs to get the 10 points. Anything other than that, and they've a second spot, which will still seal the under-19s for them. Brad Davis with a lap and a half to go. Now Quick, he goes. Walters trying to get back on terms. The gap opens up. Walters chasing. Davis is there. Hughes is going to come in. Look at the speed of that sling. Now Walters onto the wheels. They go around Davis. Last turns of this state championship. Alex Hughes rides the wheels off his Argon. He takes the final 10 points. Lockie Walters will get the 6. What a great matchup. Good job between all the men out there today. What a way to finish round 3 of the AMV track series. So Quick and Hughes, they'll win the elites. Walters and Hilditch, they'll win the under-19s. Final points, 54 to Quick and Hughes, 40 to Hilditch and Walters, 25 to Douglas Savage and Schoff. Then we've got Holzberger and Davis and Bunsley and Fisk. Which I think, if I look at that, I think Bunsley and Fisk may still get 3rd in the under-19s. They still may walk away with the bronze because Davis and Holzberger would be elite. I'll have to double check that with the comms and make sure that's right, but what a way to finish our racing. Good job, Rory Fisk and Cale Bunsley. First time in a Maddo. Tough race to be in as an under-19 in your first Maddo race. Great job. Hilditch with a fist bump for Alex Hughes and Blake Quick. And for his teammate Lockie Walters, those young men did tremendously. Zach Douglas Savage teaming up with first year 19 Oscar Schoff. What a race. We'll head straight down the presentations shortly for our under-19 and elite women and men's Madison championships. Yeah, I think so. Yes. Not hopefully.
Yeah, I'll put my hand down.
Another great job, Adrian. Well done.
Thanks, Kim. So, yeah. What a way to finish our championship. So Luke Schoff and Cam Douglas Savage, 2 proud puppers down in the infield. What a weekend they've had. Well done to Rory and Cale. They two are doing some laps of honour. Good on them. What a way to ride. So we'll do our presentations for our Maddo State Championships. Starting off with our under-19 Women State Madison Championship. Just get ourselves a little bit more organised. Sienna Monteith, you're needed. All right, starting our presentations for our under-19 State Madison Championships. In third place, taking home the bronze medal, Chloe Buckley and Grace Hunter. In second place with the silver, Sienna Monteith and Megan Moore. And taking home the gold in first place with Water Ride, Bella Potts and Neve Parslow. Congratulations to our under-19 Women's State Champion podium. Bella Potts and Neve Parslow taking home the gold. Moving on to our elite women. Getting a bit shy onto the top step. Taking home the gold, Hannah Parton and Eden Sealy Cunnington. Our elite women Madison Championship winners, Eden Sealy Cunnington and Hannah Parton. Moving on to our under-19 men. All right, under-19 men, can you get to where Louise Jones is, please? In third place on their maiden Madison State Championship appearance. In third place, taking home the bronze, Rory Fisk and Kale Bunsley. Other side, boys, other side. So Kale Bunsley with the bronze, Rory Fisk with the bronze. Well done, boys. In second place with the silver, Zach Douglas Savage and Oscar Schoff. And in first place, and really giving it to the elites, the under-19 State Maddo champions, Sammy Hilditch, Lockie Walters. Our under-19 State Madison Championship podium, well done to our gold winners, Sam Hilditch, Lockie Walters. Well done, boys. Moving on to our elite men. Well done, Sammy and Lockie. Moving on to our elite men. In second place, taking home silver. Someone get Brad's helmet. Thanks, Steve. In second place, taking home the silver, Will Holzberger and Brad Davis. On the other side, boys. Well done to Will and Brad taking home the silver in the State Maddo. On the top step, taking home the gold, welcome back Blake Quick and Alex Hughes, winners of the Elite Men's State, Queensland State Madison Championship for 2026. Well done to all of our riders. Congratulations, Blake and Alex. That concludes racing here at Meares Velodrome for round 3. We'll be back in 4 weeks' time for round 4. I feel like it's the Omnium Champs next time around. I'm not sure. But don't forget, Bundaberg have got their cycling spectacular on in 2 weeks' time. Would love to see some more numbers on that rego. So Bundy in 2 weeks. Back at Meares in 4 weeks. Have a great time. Drive safe, everybody. We'll see you.